Who? If you ever wonder how spam callers get your number and lots of strange things like that, well,
those were the days, right?
It's a terrible system. It sucks.
Yeah.
Incognito solves the problem by automating the legal work that you otherwise have to do to get your data taken down. And if you go to incognito.com/news, you'll get 60% off an annual plan. And here's how it works. It's so easy. You enter your information, and that's basically it.
Wow.
Now, the way it actually works is you've got the legal right to have your data taken down. But doing that takes hours. It's a manual process, and it's not permanent. What Incognito does is it automatically scans all the brokers. It sends takedown requests, and it adds you to suppression lists, so your data is not reharvested.
I don't understand how this even happened, by the way. This is, it's so annoying. Like, this problem should not even exist.
I hate this. Constantly rescans so your data is actually kept down. Just take a look at my dashboard for an example. You can see 150 sent requests, 142 completed. I've not touched it since October, but since October, Incognito's removed me from 35 more brokers. That's peace of mind. At incognito.com/bellreviews, you get 60% off an annual plan. So click my link today. To kick us off, here's the letter. It's from AJ Investments, who bought a minority share in Ubisoft last year. You know what an activist investor is? Well, they're basically one of those. They jump into a company, they try to do some form of skullduggery to yank up the share price, and then they yeet themselves away with a lovely payday. Now, when their letter says, save the
that was going on.
How to make a better game for you. They are parroting very obvious criticisms of Ubisoft, many of which I'd say we could probably agree with.
Sure.
But as an example, they're also pissed off over the delay to Shadows. I think we all know that delay was a good thing, and as you'll soon find out in this video, they're trying to rile everybody up to generate headlines to put more pressure on the Guild Mills, which will, of course, make their position far
professional complainers. Absolutely.
We'll get into that. But for now, let's examine the spiciest claims of their letter. Ubisoft have been secretly meeting Microsoft, Electronic Arts, Tencent, and more. That is the claim that is made by the shareholder letter, and it's far from the only bit of pressure that AJ Investments are seeking to mount up here. They actually plan a protest.
So they're playing Assassin's Creed IRL with the company?
They plan a lawsuit against Ubisoft's management as well.
That's a lot.
They have wrongfully withheld information and hurt shareholders. Now, sparking this was the Assassin's Creed Shadow. Suffice to say, yeah, revenue projections went down.
Massively.
Then it gets a bit juicy because they say that this depressed stock price would allow the big players to buy up Ubisoft on the cheap. Now, of course, if those were big players who
That's true. But, like, that's what happens.
With Ubisoft management, that would be great. It would be fulfilling management's personal goals at the expense of the portfolios of smaller shareholders.
Yeah, sure.
Perhaps shareholders like AJ Investments. It's quite spicy. And per the letter, Ubisoft often hid things from their investors.
Why are people happy about this? I think that people are happy about this is because they view Ubisoft as a representative of everything that's wrong with video games nowadays. Slop, open world, checklist design, daily quests in a single-player game, pay to win in a single-player game, and it's also like you have to like deluxe editions that are over $100. Like Ubisoft is definitely like, if you can think of the Exodia, right, of bad video game companies, you have the head, sexual harassment allegations. The arm, the right arm, you have microtransactions. The left arm, you have woke video game design. The left leg, you have, let's see, open world time wasting mechanisms. And the right leg, you've got fucking, I don't know, did I say microtransactions? I can think of 5 other ones too, but, you know, a million NFTs, shitty combat, shops. Yes, by our powers combined, Captain Planet, exactly, yes. So why people don't like this game, I think it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, why they don't like the company, it makes a lot of sense. And it's also, yeah, you have your own shitty launcher. So people will celebrate the failures of something that represents what they think is bad. That's it. That's the main reason why they're happy. Is it something that they don't like taking it out?
As well.
That's understandable.
Allegedly, Ubisoft hit a deal with Ffxiv Games. Ffxiv Games, if you're not aware, are Saudi Arabia's state-funded gaming company.
Here's what I think. I think that they're going to these investors because they're fucking desperate. I think they know they're good. And so, yes, you're going to Saudi Arabia, you're going to China, Tencent, because you need somebody to bail you out, because you know that you're fucked. That's the real reason.
So apparently there's a deal with them to make DLC for Assassin's Creed Mirage, but I think a lot more relevant to today, quote, discussions between Microsoft, Electronic Arts, and others that are interested in acquiring IPs from Ubisoft. And if true, that is a perfect wedge issue for AJ Investments.
Yeah.
Nope. This letter says that they will hold a protest in Paris this May, and that if things don't improve, they'll actually sue.
Wow.
And look, it's hard to not see a lot of it as just the final nail in the coffin for Ubisoft. They've had nothing but bad news. You know, even their own shareholders are turning against them. But it's not all of their shareholders. It's a group of them. A group that is led by AJ Investments. And it's not hard to see.
Just because you have some investment activist group complaining, that doesn't really fucking matter. What really matters is the quality of the games and how many people are buying them. That's the bottom line. That's the lifeblood of your business. And if that's not happening, you're fucked. That's it. That is the beginning and the end of this conversation. Hey, Saudi Arabia, want to cash us out after almost going bankrupt for being woke? Yeah, that's basically what they're saying. And you know what? If I was Saudi Arabia, I would say, yes, please, let us cash you out. We'll make the new Assassin's Creed. We can set it in, you know, like Middle Ages and like, you know, medieval ages like Arabia. And the game is going to have a, you know, dark, edgy male protagonist. And it's going to sell 10 million fucking copies. Prince of Persia, yeah. Yeah, wow, where was that? Is that, ah, geez, I forgot. Yeah, so you just go right back to what you were doing, and you do it again. That's the first game. Exactly. Exactly, yeah, so of course they're gonna be down for that. You're describing the first game? I know that, that's my whole point. Do it again. People buy Call of Duty every year, they'd buy this too.
Actually doing here. And that's really because they've played their cards, like, openly for everyone to see. It's bloody obvious. And, well, they're not the sort that we should trust. Even sometimes we agree with. Let me explain why. Reading AJ's letter, the one thing that will be dramatic, right? Ubisoft are keeping secrets. They're going to protest. Lawsuits are coming. That is a load of spicy stuff. It is spicy. It's kind of fun to talk about. But here's the thing with that. We've been watching this story since it began. And it began last year. Yeah. What this letter is, because if you only see a little fragment here or there, you don't have a full picture of the story. What this is just another play in a war game that's been going on for a while. The first letter actually came last year from AJ Investments.
I watched this. I remember covering this when it happened.
And this open letter blamed Ubisoft management for everything wrong with the company. And in fairness, a hell of a lot of blame does rest with them. But why was this new open letter released to IGN first? That's no slight, of course, to IGN's news department.
All they're doing is they're trying to position themselves in a way that will pressure the company publicly and then change what they're doing and change their leadership so they can probably get more stock. That's the reason why. It's obvious. Now, sometimes you can be doing that for a good reason, but that's exactly what's being done.
But the whole letter, I mean, it's a shareholder letter. It's corporate talk. Why are you giving that to the world's most read gaming site for gamers instead of, say, trade press?
They want me to react to it. That's the reason why. They just want, they want to Asmongold react video, obviously.
I mean, if the intent
that's gotta
is to
be
actually get shareholders and investors to protest with them, it does seem kind of counterintuitive. You would not go to IGN if that was your goal. What you would go to IGN for is to get public eyeballs.
Exactly. Yep.
Eyeballs are, of course, part of that. Gaming
makes sense.
Generally are pretty frustrated with Ubisoft, but not really people who will be thinking about who AJ Investments are. Who might think, oh, look at that, even the shareholders are turning against them. Damn, those shareholders are our bros. Oh,
yep.
No. Like, the headlines, we just got to laugh at Ubisoft. That's the headline is trending. Here's the thing. Investment firms really don't care too much about the detail of why owners are mad. They just want to harness money and further their own game and their games.
I think that's fine, by the way. I don't need you to care about my feelings. Just make a good game, and that's it. We don't need to be best friends. We don't need to be in a relationship. We just need to, all I want is for them to make the game good. That's it. Just make good games. Use them and we use them and they use us. And this is a perfectly great relationship. Let's not rock the boat.
Fairly obvious.
That's right.
It's to put more and more pressure on Ubisoft. So if news sparks because of their open letter sent to IGN, which it absolutely has, then that does further their pressure on Ubisoft.
That's right.
They don't actually need to do a protest or a lawsuit to accomplish that.
Yeah.
Just need to harness it.
That's right.
What about the media?
That's a loss.
Spooky stuff. It is newsworthy, right? Okay. These companies like EA, that is newsworthy. But it's also exactly what Ubisoft promised they would do, which was to, again, quote Ubisoft's own words.
That's what they should be doing, obviously, right? Yeah, of course. So far, we've seen. I think they might have to sell off some of their IPs or split the company or do something really big. Because I just can't see how you can have such a big company lose 80% of your value and then release kind of a mid-game or like slightly above mid-game, and then suddenly now everybody's supposed to be okay with it. I just don't see that happen, man. Yeah, I just don't. They have 13,000 employees. Well, the problem, and I think this is also another big issue that Ubisoft has had, is that they've tried to release too many games. It's like, stop doing that. You're making too many games. You can't release a new AAA game every single year and maintain a high level of quality. Says you? Yes, exactly, says me. Yes, yes, there's too many mid-games. It is better to focus entirely on making one really, really good game than make a bunch of different games, diminish the brand value, and then hope that one of them pops off through some sort of like viral, internet marketing campaign. It's just not what's going to happen. Yeah, it's like you can't just, well, if we sell one game and we get $10, we can sell 5 games and we get $50. And we sell 10 games and we get $100. Oh my God, let's make 20 games, we'll make $200. You can't do that. Like, you're going to hit market saturation at a certain point. And I think that they have, and it's also the amount of bandwidth that the leadership has. Because fundamentally, leadership is now being spread across so many different things. You can't do that. Like, it's not how things work.
Closures.
They're set up to fail.
Possible sale options is, well, not really surprising because they literally said they would do that. And when you actually read Ubisoft's statement, they say that when there is a transaction, the market will be told. And you may then think, why would you be secret about that? Why would you not announce talks? Well,
insider
if talks
trading
fail or a deal falls through, that can really hurt you as a company.
Exactly.
Just ask the Embracer Group.
Yeah, they don't want to talk about this before it's settled, because if they do, then you're going to have a lot of market speculation one way or another, and it could make the company look bad if it doesn't happen, or it could make the company look bad if it does happen. So they want to save that until it's actually a defined entity. I think that makes perfect sense.
Well, that went for them. So, given the risk, why would investors want Ubisoft to talk? Specifically, these investors, AJ Investments. It's pretty obvious. Rumors of a deal will shoot the price up. This quite literally happened. For short-term investors, that is the business model, and you don't even need to take it from me. We can just read AJ's own website. Quote, AJ Investments take advantage of events and take such steps that will help correct and optimize the running of companies. Basically, they capitalize on a problem. They force any solution that raises a short-term stock price, and then they profit.
Yeah,
they
of
don't
course.
so much care about the long term when they say, save the company. As an example, they only started their position in Ubisoft a few weeks before they published their first open letter. Prior to that, they're actually long-term shareholders of Activision Blizzard.
It does seem like it's very obvious, advantageous. Like, I mean, they're not necessarily good actors, but at the same time, you can agree with people that are bad actors, but you can still acknowledge, yeah, they are bad actors too.
Which obviously worked out fairly well for them in the end. But in this case, right, their letter, their pressure did kind of work. Ubisoft's studio closures and layoffs in the last few months happened at least in part because of that pressure. And now the stock price is somewhat rising up again. But not just because of this letter. In fact, it's because Ubisoft might actually be close to a deal. What if I told you we might actually have Ubisoft 2? I'm not shitting you.
I think that it's going to happen. I do. Yeah, I think it's going to happen. Just too many L's. The best thing that Ubisoft could do is take half of the company. Okay, let me think about how this would work. So, what are the big Ubisoft IPs? Give me like the top 3 biggest Ubisoft IPs. Okay, Assassin's Creed. Okay. Sell Assassin's Creed to either Saudi Arabia or to China. Sell Prince of Persia to Saudi Arabia. Sell Far Cry to probably also China. Sell Splinter Cell to, I don't know, probably also China. Rainbow Six Siege, sell that to China. Okay, a lot of these would go to China. Persia's not in Arabia. I know, but it's the same type of vibe, right? Like, I mean, I think, I'm not saying it's the exact same thing. My point is that I think they could make a really good fucking version of it. It'd be good. That's it.
A new company created by Ubisoft that will include, quote, some of Ubisoft's IP, like Assassin's Creed. That is apparently something that could actually exist.
Yeah.
That is looking for minority investors.
That's what they need to do.
This is according to Bloomberg's reporting. What it would essentially be is a lifeboat to save the company and maybe save management as well. Now, apparently offers are being made to Tencent as well as various investment funds, and preliminary bidding is actually being sought this very month. Now, obviously, right, this is all stuff that's not settled yet.
Maybe
I
should bid for the company.
But it does, in fact, align with Bloomberg's previous reporting.
Yeah.
Bloomberg, back in January, claimed that Tencent and Ubisoft were in talks to establish, quote, a new venture
Save
where
it,
the
yeah.
Gilmos would be backed by Tencent. Of course, the Gilmos are already backed by Tencent. A whole bunch of the Gilmos' control over Ubisoft is actually via a company that's called, like, I think it's Gilmo Brothers Limited or whatever, where basically the Gilmo Brothers company is like a joint venture or whatever with Tencent.
It's crazy how many roach things that people do in, like, business in order to, like, obfuscate who owns what. Like, and it becomes immediately evident that the reason why this is because the people that are inventing these roach solutions are the ones that are paying the government to add in little holes so the roaches can go in and out of the holes. That's it. I hate that. Yes. It's a roach economy. Zero accountability. I don't know about zero accountability, but it's just harder to see what is what.
So suffice to say, the boys at Tencent have got decent leverage.
As much to own the company. I mean, if you want me to be totally honest, I do not want to deal with video games at all. I don't want to manage video games at all. I would manage, like, I'm not passionate about making video games. I am passionate about maybe media, but not making. I just not. Like, it's just not something, like, it's weird, right? Because I play video games. I've always played video games my whole life. I'm one of those weird people, maybe, that I never thought, oh, I'm going to grow up, I'm going to make video games. I always wanted to grow up and just collect money from the government and play video games. Mission accomplished, by the way. But other than that, yeah, that was it. That's not weird. Yeah, it's insanely difficult to make video games. Yeah, but it's insanely difficult to do a lot of things, and kids still want to do that. Yeah, that was it.
The Gilmos, it's fair to say. Anyway, what's maybe more curious here is that Bloomberg are reporting that Ubisoft may, and this is a quote, seek evaluation for the yet-to-be-formed IP unit that is higher than the size of the main companies.
Man.
So let that sink in. A unit of Ubisoft being worth more than Ubisoft. How can that make sense? Well, honestly, it's actually extremely simple. Efficiency. If you take one unit of Ubisoft and take it away...
That's true. I mean, apparently they have 13,000 employees. And this goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's like if you have a game and the credits for this game are 2 hours long, dare I say it, you might have a little bit too many people working on the game. Maybe it's just a little bit too much.
But then you look...
You know, it's a little bit bloated. Yeah, just ooh. Like, wow. Like, and keep in mind, the Concord credits were like an hour or an hour and a half. And everybody was joking about that, about how bad it was. Ubisoft said, hold up, I can do that better. And they did.
Look at Ubisoft and just sort of
2 hour credits.
Lots of bits of Ubisoft are actually of a negative value. Well,
Yeah.
Of course it actually makes a lot of sense that this sniped away thing, this, scalped away thing will actually...
This looks like... This is like the Chinese or like the third world version of Valorant that, like, you buy guns with real money that do more damage. Like, and it's only on mobile. And it's called, like, Firefight Warriors. Really? Like, this looks awful.
Actually have a higher valuation. Right
Pay
now,
for
the
bullet?
secret
Yeah.
belief is that Ubisoft
The
is
shooters,
not
yeah.
in developer headcount, but actually in intellectual property. A bit of a smaller, more focused company that only cares about a few IPs is likely going to be seen as a better investment. And honestly, I think it's pretty obvious why when you take a look at the games industry. So if this is to happen, and there is...
Yeah, the IPs have a lot of intrinsic value, but the company structure clearly does not. Like, I've said this before, that, like, my dream is that Nintendo will have From Software make a Legend of Zelda game. Like, I'm not, like, Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, it's like, oh, this is nice, I guess. But I want Twilight Princess, I want Ocarina of Time, I want Majora's Mask, I want Link to the Past, I want that, plus Elden Ring. That's no. Would be peak. And so the IP has a lot of value. Have you played them? No, I haven't. I'm talking about the style.
You know, good reporting from Bloomberg that it is something that's being investigated. How would it happen? Well, broadly, there's two ways that could go down. Number one, the new company would just hold the IP with really no developers. So it would control the IP for minimal cost. It would then license that IP back to the original Ubisoft entity, which would then be doing the development. The new IP holding entity would have lower fixed costs, less risk, and its investors would have more control, which gives them a real good incentive to buy in. It's basically saying, hey, do you want a slice of Assassin's Creed and the crew and, you know, all these big good things, and not any of that other junk? It could be pretty good for them.
It's actually crazy that they're doing this. That they're basically saying, like, we give up on making the games, we're just going to own the IPs and register and run the IPs instead. Like, this is basically admitting defeat.
For them. There is, of course, another way. You just do a split in terms of development and intellectual property. You could perhaps imagine one side taking these smaller yet beloved properties like Rayman, Trackmania, Anno.
Somebody says the problem is when the layoffs hit, they're laying off seniors and good people. When Ubisoft layoffs happen, the people who ruined Assassin's Creed will stay at the company. You bring up a really great point, and I think what you're saying is true. And that's why I always say, like, if you really want to see change happen, look at C-suite accountability. If you do that, things change instantaneously. We should not fire any people ever. I don't think that's what he's saying. I just think that he's saying that it's disappointing that in a case where the reality is in a lot of these like you know, these companies, like, yeah, you're gonna have bad people all the way down for sure, but like really the heads that should roll are the decision makers. That's why they get paid a bunch of money. They get paid like millions of dollars in stock options because of that accountability.
One side taking smaller yet beloved properties like Rayman, Trackmania, Anno, and maybe the other side taking the big AAAs, Rainbows, Assassin's Creed, all that stuff. The point is, like, basically,
I don't want to make it like political, right? But it's like you saw this with Joe Biden. It's like how many border crossings were last year versus this year in February? It was 1. It was like 35,000. It changed to 1. At the end of the day, leadership does matter. And having leadership that puts a priority on certain things, that will change the direction of the company. It absolutely will. And I think that leadership bears the most responsibility and also the fault. That's it. It's all the difference. Yes. All the difference. It was like 70K plus? Yeah. Imagine being that one guy, unstoppable. Got away.
In theory, both sides of the business could here be more efficient and be more focused. Now, there is a problem that efficiency is a fine idea on paper. On the other side of this is, yes, there are all of these rational arguments, but we could perhaps also say this would work for the goals. The Guillemot family would be using something like this to basically retain control of Ubisoft and solve their current predicament.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, you're licensing out the IP. You fire like 90% of the employees. And all you're doing is running a skeleton operation where you're just basically selling the thing that you already had to people to do it better than you can. I mean, I feel like if I were them, that's a huge W for me. Yeah, that's a massive fucking W.
Of course, the problem there, the thing with efficiency, is that it's fine on paper, not necessarily reality. Here's the rub for today. Assassin's Creed Saving the Company does not mean better games for you, okay? How many games does Ubisoft make that are more efficient for investors on release than just putting your money in the stock market, right? Like in the S&P 500.
Yeah.
Well, the answer basically is most of Ubisoft games aren't really worth it.
Well, Ubisoft games are really good if you want to take $100 and turn it into $20. If you have $100 and you want to turn that into $10, maybe $20, Ubisoft is a really good place for you to start. But, you know, for people that want to make money, probably not.
It's just throwing your money in the stock market.
Does the game cost $80? Yeah, that's the reason.
Siege is worth it. Valhalla's worth it. Some of their other sort of live servicey sleeper hits are probably worth it as well. But just about everything else, those are risks. They're taking up resources. That
well, it's also like these other games like Brawlhalla, and these are very small games. It's nice to have a good game that has a small audience, that's well designed, and people enjoy it. But the problem is that isn't necessarily going to justify 13,000 employees. The fact is that if you have a company of over 10,000 people and you make video games, you need to be making the Lord of the Rings of video games. That's it.
Going to making
and if you're not, you're done.
Guaranteed profitable games.
Blizzard used to do it.
So efficient for Ubisoft to produce Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, right? Under pure market theory, that game was a bad investment. It was a waste of time. None of this is about the quality of the games that are being made. AJ Investments may say...
Well, it's about... The thing is that I agree half with what Bellier is saying and not with the other half, is that the quality of the game, I think, also has to deal with the delivery method of the game. Like, for example, taking the character and then giving him that, like, you know, super generic Killmonger haircut, and then making the narrative of the story that's just, like, kind of paneling and it's not actually animations, and also selling it at such a high price in a Metroidvania genre where the average price is $20. You went into a market, you didn't advertise the game very well, you're selling it way above market cost, and you're making it in a way that's not really resonating with the audience. You're fucking up. Like, that's really just, it's a marketing department L, right? Whoever decided the production and distribution for this game should be fucking fired, because they totally messed it up. The game was fine, but if you design it this way and you make a game this way, you need to have and you need to fit inside of the market expectations, and that's not what they did. Fucking up on like multiple points, exactly. And so you see a lot of games, like I think Assassin's Creed Shadows is kind of the same thing, is that if they had never used this like argument to authority of like Yasuke, he's real, he's a real samurai, racist, like if they never used that type of messaging, I'm not saying they said that directly, but they clearly implied it, and they clearly went in that direction. If they had never done that, they would have never had this problem. It would have never happened. And so the problem is that at the very highest level, decisions are being made that are stupid. Stupid decisions are being made, and because of that, the games suffer. That's what it comes down to. That's what really matters. And like if I look at like Assassin's Creed, for example, the combat is very one-dimensional, it's bad. But like everything in the game generally works. It looks good, etc., right? What that tells me is that the people that are working on the game at a baseline, those people know what they're doing, and they're good at their job. To an extent, right? At least to enough extent, because they're following directions. But the people that are deciding the big picture ideas for the game, they're the ones that are totally wrong. They're the ones that are making bad decisions constantly. And that's the big problem. I wouldn't even call it bad, it's just mid. Yeah, the combat, I would say for an action combat game, I think it's below mid. But, I mean, that's my opinion. Combat department needs to be changed. Yeah, but like what I'm saying is that like I think that a lot of Ubisoft's, and I'll give you the best example and the best frame of reference for this, then I want to continue the video. It's almost over. Is that the guy, the CEO of the company, was like confused the reason why his video games aren't selling very well, but they review so well. Well, why are these games reviewing so well, but they're not selling well? Well, it's because they're not reviewing well. You're listening to a handful of retards that are, you know, journalists about these video games and not your actual customers. I think that, just by itself, is the biggest self-report you could possibly have. How do you self-report that hard? that you're focusing off of that.
They want that.
Rotten
They may
Tomatoes
say
problem?
that and try to harness your anger
Maybe.
to put on more pressure, but at the end of the day, we
Yeah.
know that they were pissed about the delays to Assassin's Creed Shadows, and whether you want that game to succeed or not,
Yeah.
game companies delaying their game so that they can have more polished releases is almost universally a good thing for the customer.
It is.
So if Ubisoft are forced to sell off half their intellectual property to the highest bidder, while throwing pink slips at thousands of developers and doing all of these short-term things and, pursuing getting that stock price up ASAP, not necessarily that long-term value, long-term quality. Will that be good for the games? I would not necessarily think so, especially since this is the type of the investor who is anti-delay, even though the likes of Star Wars Outlaws clearly tell us those delays are.
I'm gonna be honest. It can't get worse. Fucking send it to China. Maybe they can do something right. They didn't fuck up Wukong. Seems like they're not fucking up a number of other games. Like, fuck. I mean, you might as well. It can get worse? Not really, though, right?
To need it. And so regardless of how well Assassin's Creed Shadows sells, expect them to do more things, to drum up more headlines, to try and get a bit more leverage, a bit more control, and turn that pressure into something that they can profit off. Meanwhile, though, on the Guillemot front, well, they might be trying to restructure Ubisoft, doing something with Tencent and potential other suitors to get around this problem. Will that be good for the actual games? I don't necessarily think so.
I think that anything that involves a leadership change will be a net positive. If you want to use another D&D analogy, I think that their leadership is a 5. By the way, this is not a 6-sided dice. It's a 20-sided dice, D&D dice. Do you re-roll a 5? Yeah, you do. You re-roll a 5. I think that, yeah, they should re-roll it.
So, at least it basically means, who knows if Assassin's Creed Shadows is going to be some amazing banger or terrible failure, whatever it is. At least, what I can say, with a good degree of surety, is that it does make for a pretty damn good episode of corporate drama. We could at least enjoy that. Okay, I'll see you when there's a new update to the story.
I think this is so funny.
Once we know how the game launch is actually shaken out. Till then, though, do you want more drama? Corporate drama? Well,
I'll link it to you guys. This is a good video from Belior. I pretty much agree with everything that he said, except for like maybe a couple of things. I think that Ubisoft, here's what's really fucked up. The gameplay in a lot of these Ubisoft games, aside from like the stealth gameplay, like the Prince of Persia combat on a fundamental level, like the Lost Crown, and the Assassin's Creed combat feels relatively good. Like, it's not bad combat. But the big problem is that the leadership and the way that the games are delivered and the way they're marketed and like big picture design decisions are bad. And when you think about that, I'm looking at it from the perspective of like, if I'm just a grunt and like my job is to just program things to look good and to feel good to play, I'm doing my job. And I think it sucks that if they do this restructuring, that all of those people that do good work, all of those people are going to probably be let go, or at least the majority of them. Yeah, it sucks. Combat's way too rigid. I mean, I think it's okay, right? It's not amazing, but like it's okay. Yeah, once you get got, you realize how bad once you get. Oh, as soon as I play Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah, I mean, maybe you're right. I mean, that's the thing. There's a very good chance that if I play the game and like I see these other games are like way fucking better, then sure, that maybe could happen. But I do think that in a general sense, the big problem of what happened is that I think a lot of Western game studios have totally lost their focus, and they don't understand at all about like what should or shouldn't happen in the game, and what should or shouldn't be in the game anymore at all. And I think that's really the big weakness that a lot of these development studios have, is that they don't have a focus in a way that is meaningful and that matters. Western games are just DEI instead of a good game. Yeah, I unironically, and I know this might get me in trouble, but I unironically think that the over-fixation on DEI representation, and I think hiring based off of that too, because here's the way I see it. Like, I view diversity as something that usually naturally occurs whenever you engage in an international market. Like, you know, or a widespread market. Like, if you have a company that's only in Japan, you're going to have only really Japanese people that are going to play that game, right? Or work at that company. But if you're talking about like an international thing, and think about it with streaming, right? For example, like if you pull up, like, let me go back, I'll pull up Twitch tracker. So let's just we'll look at channels here. So Kai, all of these people, me, Queso, Kadril, like Loud Karinga, Jinxie, Hassan, like this, I think he's this Japanese guy. If you look at all these people, there is a tremendous amount of diversity here. It is completely multicultural. It is multiracial. It is all guys. But other than that, it's all different people, right? And that's the thing. And so my point is, no women? Well, yeah, because it's a male-dominated platform. Like, that's really the reason why. And so if you look at this, like, there's tons of different people, tons of different races of people. So I look at diversity as something that if you provide an even playing field, diversity will happen naturally. But when you're hiring based off of diversity, and you're hiring based off of diversity-based goals, what's going to end up happening is you're going to end up hiring people that are not the best fit. Because that's the reason, like, if this was happening naturally, and you were hiring people that were the best fit, you wouldn't need these goals in the first place in order to keep things on these rails. So the only reason why you have these goals is so you can artificially add these people into the ecosystem, while at the same time not taking the person that you would have naturally taken that would have been maybe a better fit for the company, maybe a better employee or something like that. And so merit needs to be the only focus that you have. And I think that when you have a merit-based, and this is the point that I was making, is when you have a merit-based system like Twitch, nobody gets a career given to them on Twitch. People decide, like there are people that get hosted every single day and they don't get any viewers, etc. You have a massively diverse group of people whenever you open things up to anybody can do this. And if you look at, for example, like the guys that work at X, like at Twitter, you're going to see the exact same thing. It's subjective? No, it's not. I think the truth is that it's the same with the Olympics. Like you see people all over around in the world that are successful in the Olympics. Like I am not a diversity disliker. I am a forced diversity disliker because I think that it's counterproductive. I think diversity happens naturally. Like if you just look at, and again, you just look at like pictures of me and like videos of me whenever I was in high school or like, you know, I don't know, I have a few from middle school, right? Like or college, you'll see that like I have tons of friends that are of all different nationalities, all different races, religions, everything, right? Because it's just normal. Like growing up online, that was the default. That was what was normal. And like having a racially homogenous group is what wasn't. And so easy public school, exactly. What happens if it's just a normal black woman though? Then it's called randomly DEI for no reason? Well, that's stupid. Like, so what? Like, I mean, do I have to play defense for somebody who I don't even agree with? I don't think that's true. I think that's dumb. So yeah, it's like, yes, obviously, and just real quick, I do agree with you that the amount of calls for everything is DEI nowadays, it is exhausting. I think that you're right. But the truth is that is a very, very small group of annoying people. And the fact is also, like, I'll say this as well, a lot of the guys that are doing that are joking around. They are. They're joking around. Like, most of the people in my chat are like, oh, yeah, you know, it's like, okay, it's a black person, DEI, or a girl, it's DEI. It's a joke. Now, I'm not saying that it's a great joke, or it's, you know, this is the pinnacle of comedy or anything, but they're not doing it in a serious manner. At least a lot of them are. Now, some of them definitely are, though. That being said, the point that I was trying to get at here is that I think that when you have Western game studios, and this is especially true with American game studios, because European game studios somehow are less affected by this rot. You have American game studios, particularly American game studios, that have a hyperfixation around creating video games that act as a metaphor or a reinforcement mechanism of their worldview. This is a very reductive way to make a video game. And it's also something that a lot of people don't agree with. And the problem isn't even that they're doing it. The problem is that they're doing it and nobody agrees with what they're doing. The fact is that a lot of these ideologies are not very popular. They're not. They're not that great. And it's not that popular to hear about, like, you know, the non-binary thing with what was it, Dragon Age the Veilguard. That is simply not a well understood thing that average people can relate to. And that's the point that I think a lot of people don't understand. I do actually think that we're having a Western gaming crash. This might sound crazy, but I think it is legitimately happening. The reason why, like identity politics and like woke shit in games, 10-20% of it. The rest of it is that games are so safe and so boring now, people just don't care about playing them. Like, fuck, yeah, it's been happening, it is.
This is a real tweet from Xbox. They said, "You don't know it, but you're living in one of the greatest ages of all right now." Post.
Why would they do this? It had to be an ad?
In this image, timeline through the ages: ancient age, medieval age, modern age, contemporary age, and Dragon Age the Veilguard. You are...
Wait, this says, let's read this. Contemporary age, the French Revolution. And the French Revolution ended in 2023. Who the fuck made this? What? What are we talking about? Oh my god.
Here.
That's a long-ass revolution, yeah.
Is clearly the greatest thing ever, best game of all time. And I know they're joking around a little bit, but so many people have seriously been trying to prop this game up. And as you might expect, the comments are not really agreeing with Xbox.
Yeah, I guess so.
So many corpos and their bootlickers have been going crazy lately, enraged that gamers have been winning simply by refusing to buy games.
Imagine that the consumer actually had all the power all along, but people didn't want to accept it. That's always been the case, is consumers have always had all the power. You can make the decision and you can change the way that businesses work just simply by voting with your money.
Of these corrupt Western AAA companies. This is something that I've talked about quite a lot recently, and now in this video, even more examples have come up. Over on Indie 100, Jake Brigstock made this article titled, More than 1,500 games have been rated on wild, quote, woke detector, unquote. An online group has firmly brought the culture war of woke and anti-woke into video games.
It's been in video games for a long time. It's not anything new.
More than 1,500 titles have been rated on an absurdly wild quote-unquote woke detector Excel spreadsheet. And that's not the worst part. More than half of them listed are not recommended because they contain details and features that are considered woke. What did you expect from something titled woke detector?
I went into this fucking restaurant. It was called Longhorn Steakhouse. They had a bunch of fucking steaks there. I can't believe it. I'm a fucking vegan. What is this? This is disgusting.
How is that surprising? I love how he says that's not even the worst part, though. Like, you can clearly tell that he's upset by this spreadsheet thing.
Oh, of course he
then
is.
posted an example of transgender character Serona Ryan from Hogwarts Legacy. But this seems like the worst example he could have used. Hogwarts Legacy? It was like the activist types on like Twitter, like the armchair activist types who were really upset by this game, saying that to like boycott it.
Yeah, they
and
were
making
real
like
mad.
lists of streamers who streamed it, hunting people like Pika-me down. Like
that was so stupid.
This example hurts your argument. Look, I'll even say that
Well, here's the problem with like the woke lists. The reason why they're problematic is because there's not a they're a binary system. Like, for example, like they'll categorize a game like Elden Ring or Baldur's Gate 3 as woke because Elden Ring doesn't use male and female, they use body type 1 and 2. Or they'll categorize Baldur's Gate as woke because you can have like gay relationships. And I think that it's a huge problem with like that group of people that are like trying to fixate on figuring out which games are and are not woke. because they don't know how to categorize them as a tier list. Like, you might think that Baldur's Gate 3 is woke, that's fine, but everybody knows it's not as woke as, like, I don't know, Dragon Age, right? So that's really the issue. It's that there's not like a tier list or a power ranking for them.
I've seen some games that get not recommended on these types of lists that do seem like whoever put them on said list is taking too extreme of a stance on, like making too big of a deal out of things on occasion. However, plenty of times the not recommended posts are very reasonable, like simply not wanting to buy the very shoehorned in fake corporate DI slop stuff. Of course, people don't want to buy games that come off fake and preachy. Who would want to get lectured by a bunch of lame corpos? I also find it hilarious when armchair activist types get all mad at gamers when they refuse to buy products from corporations. It's like,
that's what they're getting mad about. See, and the reason why is that, like, if we think about, so let's go ahead and let's do something kind of funny. Biggest games of the year. Wukong. Chinese dev. Metaphor. Japan dev. Final Fantasy VII. Rebirth. Japan dev. Stellar Blade. Korean dev. I'm starting to see a pattern. Power World. Japan dev. Elden Ring. Japan dev. Dragon's Dogma 2. Japan dev. Concord. American dev. Okay, Monster Hunter. Japan dev. Helldivers 2. Fair. Finnish? Where were they from again? I don't remember. Swedish? European dev. Euro dev. I think that's fair. Yeah, Sweden? Okay. Space Marine 2. Fair. Where was Saber Interactive? I think they're American, right? Oh, they're Russian. Oh. Oh. Did we make any good games this year? Did we make a good game this year? No, not us. No, I'm saying, like, did we make a single good game? Saber is in Florida. They just have a Russian studio. Okay. All right. Maybe Saber's American? Okay, why are people saying Russian? Okay, US dev. Okay, we've got one. We're saved. Everything's fine. But let's look at this. Western game dev has a huge problem. Massive. Tremendous problem.
Like, they're mad that gamers are actually better activists than they are. At the time of writing, 403 titles in the document are recommended, 323 are informational, and a staggering 824, it's staggering, 824 games are rated not recommended, with some hugely successful titles in there. There were corners of the internet that were up in arms because a transgender character in Serona Ryan was included in Hogwarts Legacy when it released in February 2023. Once again,
yeah, because there's a lot of people. So this is what these people don't understand. So when he's saying there are corners of the internet, do you want to know what corners of the internet are? They're called corners of the globe. So you have an international platform where people from all across the world, across multiple cultures, religions, races, and also nationalities, are discussing topics. And in some of those corners, being transgender is against the law, or it's not viewed in a positive light. So, big surprise, some people on the internet don't agree with things that are literally against the law in their country. I'm sick of these people going and acting like this is some kind of a problem here when we're talking about this is a global internet. This is a global platform. Of course you're going to have people that disagree. Yeah, meanwhile, in the secret HQ of modern evidence, yes, the internet's worldwide, exactly. It's because we have a toxic positivity game community? Well, I don't know. Hogwarts Legacy wasn't a great game. It wasn't woke. It had one trans character into the game. I don't think it was woke either. I'm just telling you, like, it shouldn't be a surprise that there are people out there that are not fans of transgenders because the internet is worldwide and people on the internet come from cultures and from nationalities where it is literally illegal to be transgender. I feel like this is such a cold take.
And this is a terrible example. Like, I can't believe this guy's actually writing this. Does he actually think this, or is he trying to, like, rewrite history here? Because, if I recall, it was the Boycott Hogwarts Legacy people that were all upset with Sirona Ryan. They were saying the name Sirona was transphobic because, like, the Sir. They were like, of course Hogwarts Legacy's trans character would be named Sirona Ryan. This is a transphobic dog whistle. And it was actually a lot of the pro-Hogwarts Legacy people defending that trans character by citing this Celtic deity, Sirona. He then says, unsurprisingly, the proverb...
None of these people care about that issue. They're just looking for something to complain about.
Real woke content detectors curate a list of games, does not recommend Hogwarts Legacy.
Let's be honest.
So as I mentioned earlier, I do think sometimes the people making those lists, or at least posting, like partaking in the lists, are too extreme. This being one of those examples.
Proverbial woke list detector contains 1800 Scotland, somehow has diverse LGBTQ characters, uses body type instead of biological sex. I feel like that's fair. I mean, like, there's no logical reason other than a woke reason to use body type instead of biological sex. I can't think of a single logical reason why that would be the case. It doesn't make any sense.
Like Hogwarts Legacy, I think it's a cool game. So, just my opinion. Moving on. Oh, first, one more thing. I did check the list to be sure he wasn't making this up, and yeah, that is on there.
Yeah.
This is sadly just one example of hundreds and hundreds, with each one having a similar format. None of the recent Call of Duty titles are recommended because of emblems containing pride flags. Forza Horizon 5 isn't either because the pronouns they, them can be chosen. And Bully Scholarship Edition must have caused repulsion among those who made this wretched list. Because players can...
Well, yeah, big surprise. Like, a lot of people don't accept that there are more than two genders. Like, this is another component that these people don't seem to understand, is that I would say, like, the massive, overwhelming majority of the world that's on the internet thinks there's two genders. Whether you agree with them or not is irrelevant. You have to acknowledge that this is a minority opinion. What are we talking about? Why? Well, it's unbelievable. 90% easily? I don't know if it's 90%. I have no idea. But it's such a huge amount of people. And so, isn't it transphobic? I don't know. Genders and sex are different. How many people do you think give a fuck about that distinction? Really? Like, I mean, really, ask yourself the question, how many people actually give a fuck about it? And I'm not talking about just here in America. I'm talking about across the entire world. That's not going to work. Oh, yeah, it's such a small, minor amount of people. Some people make the poll.
Your instrument is quite impressive.
Okinawa.
沖縄の誰がその刀を作った？
This is Hattori Hanzo steel.
嘘つけ。刀は疲れ知らず。あんたも少し力が残ってるといいけどね。でなきゃ5分と見ごもたないよ。この世の見納めとしちゃ悪くないだろう。5分嘘つた。It's quite impressive. Your instrument is quite impressive. どこで作ったんだい？
Okinawa.
沖縄の誰がその刀を作った？
This is Hattori Hanzo steel.
嘘つけ。刀は疲れ知らず。あんたも少し力が残ってるといいけどね。でなきゃ5分と見ごもたないよ。この世の見納めとしちゃ悪くないだろう。 silly Caucasian girl likes to play with samurai swords. You may not be able to fight like a samurai, but you can at least die like a samurai.
かかったきな思いっきりね。
さっきはバカにして悪かったね。
わかった。行くよ。
死んでいた朝に弔いの雪が降るはぐれ犬の遠吠え下駄の音きしむ因果な重さ見つめて歩く闇を抱きしめる蛇の目の傘ひとつ命の道を行く女涙はとに捨てました義理も情けも涙も夢も昨日
Hello and welcome back. Where are all my millennial
If you are a non-American citizen that's doing Fansly or OnlyFans and trying to go to the USA, good luck. You will be permanently denied. They have refused my visa because I'm a, quote, prostitute. I don't know. I mean, let the host come in. What's the problem with that? Like, I wish we could have a rule here in Austin where, like, if you're from California, you can't even be here unless you're hot. If you're a random tech bro, no, you gotta stay over there. Fuck you. I'm not for this at all. This is awful. Yeah, the girl is lying. Check the comments. Let me read it. There's a more of the story. If you read her Twitter comments, she was previously denied VTSA and admitted to selling services, so the reason for her denial is legitimate. If you dig even deeper, previously she was reportedly convicted for illegal prostitution in her home country. Really? Wow.
Just for context, the entire Twitter thread and account was nuked, so I wasn't able to confirm these allegations, other than seeing multiple replies discussing them. Make of that what you will.
Damn, international hoeing. How about that, bro? Like, wow. As always, right? People always post a story that makes it seem like it's, you know, make them seem sympathetic. Again, I don't think this is really, like, you know, should people be, like, banned for, like, coming in if they have OnlyFans? No, I don't think.
Sorry, Asmund, but the new border czar is a real stickler.
I think we gotta have tough conditions. Tell people to come out of the shadows. If they've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked. They're gone.
I didn't know about this. There's been somebody making a lot of videos about me. I'm not going to complain about somebody unless I can get them all the way. And so I bide my time. I wait until the opportunity is right. And then I take advantage of the opportunity. And I enjoy it. I love it.
Ah, bro. This nigga really think he a Death Note character. Lil bro, you're not like Yagami. Sit your ass down.
So over the past 5 days, they've released 4 different videos about me and Asmongold targeting us for all kinds of crazy reasons. It's their content nuke. And normally I don't react to smaller channels because I believe they just want the attention. But in circumstances like this, I do feel comfortable reacting because I don't believe the extra set of eyeballs on their channel will benefit them in any sort of a tangible way because their eventually to this what's going on, and also they're kind of having a breakdown over the abhorrent like-dislike ratios on the previous 3 videos. And to give you context before we head into the final video, we're just going to quickly go over the first 3 videos right here and kind of give you a sense of what we're dealing with. So, video number 1 in this series. Asmongold is unironically fake.
Another bad video. Of course.
In bad faith. And you can see the like-dislike ratio.
What a surprise.
20 likes, 200 dislikes. And this is, you know, have reacted to it. So this is the market reacting. This is the video out in the wild. It's all natural right now, and it's still doing that badly. And with this, you know, there's a lot to break down, but again, for brevity's sake, let's just see a small portion of this video where essentially they're criticizing me and Asmund, talking about various issues like USA.
Everything to do with you want to tell you what words you can and can't say.
For the record, these are the same exact people who cry all the time about black people and women appearing in their video games. The same.
Bro, this is that retard on Twitter that keeps saying this over and over. They keep saying this. That's not even what it was about. That was never what it was about. Oh my god. Wow, what a surprise.
And goofballs who cried about a black samurai in an Assassin's Creed video game. Regardless, here we see another way that implications are veiled through layers of irony and purposeful vagueness.
Nobody.
Okay, so they're basically saying that me and Asmongold are freaking out over Yasuke. We hate Yasuke because he's a black man in a video game, which is not the truth whatsoever. People are not criticizing Yasuke as a character in Ubisoft's implementation of this character because he's simply a black man. They're doing it because Ubisoft, through their own actions, have made a very dishonest portrayal of this historical figure while also claiming they are historically accurate and they respect Japanese culture. Meanwhile, they're claiming he's a samurai when that is a very highly contested claim, and their only real source for that seems to be Thomas Lockley, who wrote a 400-page fan fiction about Yasuke with no empirical evidence that has been absolutely dragged by other Japanese historians. So, yes, people have a problem with Yasuke as a character in this game, not because he's black, but because of the way that Ubisoft has implemented this character. And you can see a totally bad faith argument that anyone who watches our videos...
Everybody knows that too. Like, that's exactly what it is. And that's why everybody downvotes videos like this. It's because people make up bullshit and they start with a premise that's just totally fucking...
never believe... And they just, you know, yap over and over again about USAID. They have a big issue with us criticizing USAID, and eventually they end the video by saying something along the lines of, they don't believe that Asmongold and myself actually believe our own opinions. Which,
right, of course.
Okay, I guess. But that's kind of how they started off my video. This is the second video in the saga here. Apparently, he also sucks, and it's titled Red Says Desu.
Man.
Unironically,
man.
Bad faith. And you can see that the dislike ratio is not too great on this one either. But this is how they describe my content, and then I'll explain kind of what happened in this video.
This ultimately brings us to Red Says Desu. Red is a commentary channel that often covers gamer news. However, if you look at all of his videos, you can clearly see they have a slant to them. His commentary oftentimes appeal hard.
I mean, how do you say that when every video is bad about somebody yourself? How do you do that? I mean, I feel like this is like, yeah, what are you talking about?
This analysis knowing that this is what works best for their channel.
Okay, so this is the classic.
What I find to be, this is what's so something that's beneficial for their channel, just like you're doing. It's so weird for this.
Classic argument people make.
Yeah.
They basically say if your videos get views, you must be doing this.
Yeah, negative self-awareness.
In a very you're grifting. You're doing something because I care about these topics. It's not just to get clicks. If I want to talk about that, don't come with daily death threats and unhinged people constantly complaining about you. Okay? I talk about these things knowing some of the backlash I might get because I enjoy these topics, especially
This
when
channel is just shitting on people, but they accuse you of only shitting on people? Of course.
False. Gaming. Now, we also see what she's reacting to here. She spends the entirety of this video reacting to a video I uploaded back in December, where it's titled, I criticize the gaming industry, now YouTube is silencing me. So what happened in that video is I was reacting to a situation where a previous video got age restricted, right? And I thought it was very unfair, and I made a video about it because that's what YouTubers do. When you have issues with YouTube, you make a tweet about it, and then you make a YouTube video about it, and that solves the problem typically. And that video, after I released it, within 1 hour, the age restriction was removed. Now, in that video, I talked about an observation I made about the gaming industry where a lot of companies want to make these promotions centering around Christmas-related themes, but they never say any sort of dialogue along with it that says Merry Christmas. They always use Happy Holidays, and I think that's just like a PC approach to things. It's not meant to be a super deep topic, and you can disagree with it, that's fine, but I'm just raising that for context because the video was age-restricted as a result. And in this video, Food Shops claims that, like, I'm trying to morally grandstand here and have this performative outrage where I'm saying I'm being persecuted because of my beliefs and these topics involving Christmas and all this stuff. When I only brought up the topic for context to explain why it's so frustrating that I got an age restriction for sexual content. So that topic...
People always just make shit up like this. This is the problem that a lot of these people have, is that this is one thing that I've learned about the internet, is that basically any sort of drama or anything like that that happens, it's just people making shit up, and they don't actually even care about whether it's true or not. Their goal is to just spread negative information about somebody that people don't like. That's it. That's literally all there is to it.
I covered was completely benign, but then I get hit with an age restriction and then that appeal rejected within 5 minutes for sexual content, including nudity, which obviously didn't happen. But they tried to, in bad faith, misrepresent what I'm doing. And also throughout this video, to wrap this one up, they basically try to gaslight the viewer into believing that I don't have any clue how YouTube works, but they do. They claim on the one hand...
If they knew how YouTube worked, they would have more than 3,000 subscribers.
That me going to Twitter and YouTube was just
let's be honest.
That doesn't actually fix anything. And that the real solution was instead to go to the YouTube creator help on your main page and then talk to some consultant there, which is insanely stupid. That doesn't work. They pretty much have no power on that chat line. They can't fix hardly anything. 90% of your issues, they can't even begin to address. So that's stupid. And then they also disputed my claim that in January, there's definitely a downfall, a ramping down of ad revenue typically on YouTube because after the holidays, advertisers aren't as gung-ho with YouTube and their campaigns there because people they're broke from the holidays. They're not spending as much money. That's something that any creator who's been around long enough recognizes. It's a pattern. It doesn't affect everyone the same, but it's definitely a pattern that exists. In fact, I know at least 2 different circumstances where PewDiePie took the month of January off, and one of the reasons is that videos and ad revenue just didn't perform as well, and he'd rather save his content for the next month and take a break during that time. But basically, that's what they yap about for this whole time. A bad faith argument trying to gaslight people about things that just aren't true. But then we get the third of this saga. Messed up.
Uh-oh.
It's over. Now, I can't even,
what could it
criticize this too much.
possibly
This is
be?
definitely a title and thumbnail I would make, so I can't say too much about that. But I get 24 likes, 139 dislikes. This video is talking about USAID, and Asmongold's reacting to a decoy voice video. And let's just begin by a description of to his
He totally has to explore politics on his stream. But if a very large streamer does cover it, I expect a bit more out of them. And so, where there is politics, there is Asmongold falling off.
You heard it here, folks.
I don't know about that.
Asmongold is falling off. He is falling off, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I don't know about you, but like looking at the Asmongold TV channel.
Oh, wow.
Like, I don't know. Uploaded 18 hours ago, 1.3 million
views.
Every video, thousands of views. Some hovering.
Wow.
Hours, so on and so forth. Statistically speaking, the biggest political conflict on Twitch right now. So but let's listen to this. Some things about decoy.
Asmongold's eyebrows do more commentary than him. Asmongold begins by watching a right-wing guy named Decoy Voice.
Right-wing Decoy Voice.
I think that the era of calling somebody right-wing as like a pejorative is ending, and it's kind of going away. And I think that people are starting to see like how ridiculous it is that that's even an accusation in the first place. It's just like the fact that you're using that as a negative to begin with, it's ridiculous.
Not to harp on somebody other than Asmongold, but his opinions are straight up trash. The objectively correct opinion here is that the US needs to clean up their explosives on countries that they interfered with in the past. It's like clogging your friend's toilet after going to their house and leaving without telling them. Regardless, Asmongold seems to watch this guy a lot and makes goofy faces.
What?
No. Vote, I'm gonna vote. Nope. Disagree. No generational guilt here. Not gonna happen.
What are these criticisms? His eyebrows move too much. He makes funny faces. Like, damn. What does it have to do with anything? Like, that's not legitimate criticism. So, in this video, they're doing tricks on USA ID. I cannot believe anyone defends USA ID this hard. So, as Asmongold claims, and I agree with in many regards, the reason people don't feel bad about USA ID falling apart is because the overwhelming majority of their foreign campaigns were an absolute waste of money. You know, DEI musicals over in another country, or paying for transgender comic books in South America. Like, these things are ridiculous. And Food Shops here tries to use an appeal to emotion, saying, well, one of those programs that's going to get slashed is cleaning up bombs in Cambodia. And Asmongold's reaction is pretty much like,
By the way, the U.S. did not put all those bombs there. All the mines there. That was not all put there by the U.S. The entire premise of this argument is not true.
To pay for the sins of other generations. I wasn't even born within 20
of them,
years
yes, but not all
of the Vietnam War. Why am I responsible for anything going on here? Like, why would I pay my taxpayer dollars?
Yeah, it's just like that's it. I mean, like, I think that this is one of the things that it's one of the big points that I think a lot of people are kind of realizing, especially like young men are realizing, is that I think that there's a lot of young men who feel a lot of cultural stress and a lot of financial pressure, and they are very against the idea of this generational guilt that because their grandfather or their grandfather's grandfather did something bad, that they now have to live in accordance to that. I think that's the way a lot of people feel. And that's the way I feel, at least, right? Like, I don't care about anything bad that the country did in the past. I'm not going to do anything to, like, help them if it's not for my country, right? Like, I didn't do that. It's not my responsibility. If you want to talk about, like, you know, like, fucking geopolitics, we bombed them. Obviously, it didn't necessarily... It's not going so well to begin with, right? I'd care about that. You find a lot of those in Germany? Yeah, you do, right? But government did it. It's their responsibility. Well, it's not. And if I vote, the thing is that you can make that argument as much as you want, but that's not going to make me vote to send my money somewhere else to do something to solve a problem that's not beneficial to people in my country. You can use whatever argument you want. None of that is going to cause me to give my money away. That's it. Like, there's literally nothing, there's nothing more to it than that. And in a lot of ways, it is selfish. And I think that's a good thing.
Armchair therapist on Twitter will probably diagnose you
that way of thinking causes war. I don't know. I mean, if we're gonna go, if we're not gonna give them money to like fix their problems across the world, and they're gonna come. So like, what are we're paying them basically a ransom? That like we have to keep giving them money, or they're gonna go to war with us? That doesn't sound like a good idea at all.
Psychopath for having that opinion, but that's the opinion I think most people in the world have. They don't want to be paying for foreign things going on that happened generations before them. I think that's a very human thing to do. But like I said, they pretty much just complain the rest of the video here, and then we get to the good stuff.
Oh, here we go.
The biggest problem with Asmongold fans, it's your fault.
Uh-oh.
Your fault.
It's always the viewers. That's it. It's always the viewers' fault. That's what it is. I don't know. I think it's fine to spend a little to clean up some mess, all good relationships, but anything else is bullshit. I think to some degree it is, but if it's a big problem, then I wouldn't really take it that seriously. Caught. Yep. All right. This is you guys. Yep. Sorry. Here we go.
So this thumbnail is wild. White people weaponizing Japanese people, I guess. That's rich.
I don't think that's American. What flag is that? It's not America.
Well, let's see what I have to say here. So, let's get right into the video.
Got a lot of attention from a bunch of haters. Don't my videos to do well? Find them. Find it out. I'm telling the truth. If you want to learn how you're helping me out, sit down, my little crispy chicken nickels.
Oh. Alright then. Spicy intro. Clearly they're very upset about the dislike ratio on all the videos, and I guess that makes sense. They thought they had a little home run with these videos.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, let's see what else they have to say.
That's a lot.
weird.
What are my fans doing that's
The
bad?
YouTube algorithm values engagement above all else.
They do.
This value YouTube.com. Good engagement. Also counts as good engagement.
I mean, sort of. I know.
What is this
I've
happening?
spoken- Guys, right now we're being
Only
played.
serve. Videos get more. My videos only make my show up more on your
That is partially true, and there are a lot of people. If you don't want to look at content, the best way for you to avoid it is to not interact with it at all. I think that's the main answer. Like, yeah, I mean, I think that part of that is true.
Anime villain monologue here, like relax, completely mind broken over a couple of videos getting some dislikes on them. Jeez, relax.
You guys are really not beating the retard allegations. The best way to reduce the attention my videos get and to completely hinder me is to hover your cursor over my video and not click on it. By doing this, you're lowering my click-through rate. Impressions are the times a viewer sees my video on the side or in the search results. However,
It does sound like an anime villain narrative, doesn't it? Like one of those like monologues.
clicking on the video increases my click-through rate and makes that particular impression valuable.
That is so mad. Oh my god. You know,
So
I
she's
think they're
the
being like a
hamster? I
little
think so.
overly dramatic in this video. But that doesn't really work again because in the other videos they were dead serious. So I don't understand. I think they got themselves into this situation by being the perpetual contrarian. You know these people, right? Who they find someone they don't like, and their belief system becomes everything that's the opposite of that person they don't like, even if it's completely unreasonable and stupid. And I think that's how they're treating people like me and people like Asmongold, where it's like literally every single opinion they have, they want to have the opposite of that opinion, no matter how difficult it is to
This
support.
is one big problem I think everybody has nowadays, is that once you find somebody who you disagree with, people try to figure out ways to not find common ground with that person. And it's almost like if you find common ground with a person that you normally disagree with, people view it as you kind of agreeing with their other previous opinions. Like, and I think this is like a meta-level problem of thinking that happens a lot in general.
That contrarian point of view.
It tells YouTube it's a popular video, and it will thus spread it to more people. I recommend doing your homework before promoting content you don't like.
Also, like I said, I think they're being like a little dramatic, but it doesn't work because, like I said, they were serious in the other video, and now it's like they're trying to play it off like, oh, I was just goofing around this whole time. I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I think you just got kind of barraged with dislikes and negative comments, and now you're trying to cope about it.
Of course.
Fortunately, clicking on my video, watching it all the way through enough to leave entire timestamps for comments, probably giving it a dislike in the meantime is really boosting me in the algorithm.
So
Apparently
I remember seeing
not.
this,
You
I
had
think this was on the
900
first
views.
video. This person broke it down very well, actually. So like showing this as some kind of an L for people who are putting out effort to criticize.
So I do appreciate asking fans as a kind reward.
What about the red fans, man?
You get to see my videos even more. Anyhow, the engagement would be worth it if only you guys left a good comment that actually meant something and actually refuted anything meaningful. Instead, you guys are all being disproved.
Bro.
As for people who enjoy what I talk about, then
This is exactly what I would imagine these people like. Like, this is whenever I think about the people that are like writing these like weird things on Twitter, this is exactly how I imagine them typing and talking. This is 100% it.
Been depicted as a soy jack. You lose, chatters. But anyways, they just go on and on. They talk about Yasuke here, and I want to listen to this part because it's really full-on copium.
keep watching. I appreciate you guys. Let's begin. So a Japanese historian, okay, a Japanese professor commented on this matter. So Yasuke, okay, was depicted as the Black Samurai in the new Assassin's Creed game, okay? And since he is one of the main characters, you know, the gamers are okay? Now, people are saying people are mainly using, the main excuse they're using is that it's historically inaccurate.
It is.
Okay? That's not true. This is a topic of debate. There's a lot of Japanese people on Twitter, alright? And for the record, a lot of these people are racist as fuck, okay?
Oh!
Okay, well, there's a lot of people in Japan that don't agree with this, but they're racist, so it doesn't matter.
A lot of Japanese people on Twitter, alright, saying, hey, you know, we're offended. We're offended.
Yeah,
they are very offended.
Alright, but then this Japanese historian came out, alright, who is Japanese, who is not paid by...
This guy, by the way, I believe this is the guy who was exposed as someone who was supporting the Japanese Communist Party and also didn't believe in empirical evidence for history. Like, you don't have to actually prove anything through evidence when it comes to history. It's about basically telling a story. Yeah, there's a reason why this guy got absolutely trashed
Well,
out.
hey, I guess that makes sense. He's telling a story.
And then the other person they're referring to is, of course, Thomas Lockwood,
Yeah, of
who we already
course.
talked about. 400-page fan fiction on this stuff that's been debunked. He also vandalized the Wikipedia page of Yasuke, changing the phrases from retainer to samurai, then using his own book as the source for that.
Yeah.
How is that ever taken seriously?
Anybody, alright, who is a professor who teaches people, alright?
That's what they generally do.
Literally said, during that time, the historical records are not accurate. They don't refer to anyone as a samurai. Why? Because they haven't invented the word samurai yet. They haven't invented...
I don't know what they're talking about, but the other point that they made a couple seconds ago was that people are trying to basically, it really was the thumbnail too, where they're saying
She's getting
that
mad,
people like
too.
me or Asmongold, we're speaking on behalf of all Japanese people. We're treating them as a monolith.
Yeah,
who
of
all
course.
think the same, which is not true. Basically,
We're treating the Japanese people as a monolith, but she's saying that a lot of them are just racist.
happening here is that we're looking, for people like me, we're looking at what the majority seems to think. And it seems very clear from a lot of evidence that a lot of Japanese people don't like the portrayal of not just Yasuke in this game, but Japan and Japanese history generally when it comes to Assassin's Creed Shadows. They have a million reasons to be upset. All the controversies, all the historical inaccuracies, there's plenty to be upset at. And if you want some evidence of that, I mean, just look at one of the trailers from Ubisoft Japan. Look at the $125,000.
Not so good.
Not just,
yeah, really not.
Only 9 this trailer. People like me, we see this and say, yes.
Look at this and we think maybe about it. Yeah, I wonder why.
But it's like the reception.
Samurai 702 AD. Are you really expecting a random retard hater, like, content creator that just makes a bunch of negative videos about, like, 2 people that they disagree with? Are you really expecting them to have any clue what they're saying at all? Like, you have to of, like, those people who will, like, spread misinformation. When it gets found out that they were misinformation, they were like, haha, I got you. I don't like you anyway, so that's what you get. Like, they're just rats, bro. Like, that's it. They're just rats.
Really bad. And I think that's a fair conclusion to make right here on this subject. They just yap on and on. Other things. It's honestly a waste of time.
Yeah.
So let's go to the conclusion and close.
Okay.
Hear what we have to say here.
Yeah, I've taken an open-minded approach to this content watch a lot. I do not believe...
Also, the average Asmongold fan dropped the ball. Like, wouldn't that make more sense for me?
Yeah. Look at that. That looks a lot like him and a lot like it doesn't look like me. This is ridiculous. They'll understand me in Japan. That's not even it.
Anyway.
What is operating in a nefarious manner. He is trying to understand a lot about a lot. Same as me. So I respect the video. This is at least a nice comment, okay? This first video is pretty rough, okay? I'm not going to deny that. I'm not going to deny that.
Good.
Okay.
Jesus.
Ramsey's just okay. This one has less comments. I mean, okay, guys, I just want to say that this video, all right, this video is way better. In fact, if anything, the best part is this part. Okay, not only.
Oh my God.
What an annoying
apparently,
person. What an insanely annoying
video.
fucking person.
Oh this is God. The best we got out of the
just
the
yapping.
Here,
yes, it's.
Anyways, that's gonna do it for
like
this
these
video.
videos suck. Like that's the reason why people aren't watching them. Make better videos.
Well, obviously a lot of stuff to react to.
Yeah, they're not even good.
I'm not trying to go over the top with this. I just thought it was pretty amusing to see all these videos and some of the logic being used. But having said that, like I said, as always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
It's just fucking crazy to see where these people come from, man. I love seeing this because this is exactly what I would imagine the people that are like the Twitter haters of me. This is exactly the way that I would imagine it. Yeah, this is the video. Yeah, it's like, this is like, when I see this, it's like going to a brony convention and seeing the guy there with like the rainbow sparkle shirt, the fedora, the fire, you know, over shirt on, that's blue fire at the bottom, with the, you know, cargo shorts and you know, like fucking socks and sandals. It's like, you actually see... So yeah, it's... Yeah, I did, and if there was one nearby, I would watch it. It's just so fucking funny for me to see this, but some of these people are completely fucking delusional. It's really sad. Peak Reddit moment. This is the thing I was going to look at.
The CEO of CID.
This is embarrassing. Like, Lords of the Fallen... Y'all just gotta see, this is sad.
The company behind Lords of the Fallen has taken to X to let everyone know that the subreddit r/.
So Lords of the Fallen subreddit. I don't know if he's gonna go into the background and details of this. Is he or not? He probably will. But basically, the subreddit mods are having an active revolt against him because he's not woke.
Lords of the Fallen has been taken over by mods that are, let's be honest, heavily lefty lunatics that think that anyone that disagrees with their ideologies is a fascist. Wish I was joking. What's going on, guys? Welcome to another episode of Smash 18. This complete unhinged rant from a mod in the subreddit for the CEO's game has banned the CEO because the CEO, Eric Davinsky, dared ask the audience, the gamers themselves, what they wanted the game to have and not have in them.
That's right. The people that are running the subreddit banned the CEO from the subreddit about his own game. This is what you call a certified Reddit moment.
What?
That's right.
Hit that subscribe, give me a like, and check
That's
out
right.
SmashAT.com for the full article breaking down how Eric Davinsky, the CEO of CI Games, has taken to X to let everybody know that the subreddit for his game, r/Lords of the Fallen, has been hijacked by the mods themselves, branding the CEO as a fascist for daring to ask the player base how he can make the games better, and giving them polls to answer.
Basically, they had a poll about like whether you want to keep body type A and B or whether you want to go back to male and female. And big surprise, to no one. The vast majority, like 90+% of people voted male and female. And so then they changed it back. Can Doge shut down Reddit? I don't know. You know what I bet? I bet there's probably money that's going to some of those people in Reddit. I mean, if we're spending money on abortions in Uganda and shit like that, I bet we got to be paying at least a little bit of money to Reddit, right? Somehow.
And choosing things and going with the direction that the gamers wanted. It's really that simple and that crazy. Merrick Dominski, the CEO of CI Games, has just exposed how Reddit moderators have hijacked the Lords of the Fallen subreddit, branding him as a fascist simply for daring to listen to the players, asking for feedback on the game. Now, I've been following
Fascism is when you have a democracy.
For a little while now, and I've noticed from time to time he will share some polls and asking questions for the players to play the game and how he can improve them and what the players want the game to have in it, what they don't, and let the democracy, the majority rule, and try to move forward with that. Which, I mean, hey, it's his game. He's welcome to do whatever the hell he wants. If he wants to ask the community for help, he can ask the community for help. If he wants to do it himself and say it's art, you can buy my game, you can do that too. I don't really see what the problem is here, but we're talking about Reddit mods here, and logic goes down to this yet another demonstration of Reddit's rapid...
Addressing the CEO of CI Games' politically motivated agenda. Direct links to X, formerly Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram are no longer permitted.
Growing lunatic left-wing authoritarianism.
Let's read some of this. The CEO of CI Games, Marek, I don't fucking know. This is probably Polish or something. I can't pronounce it. Is actively supporting and promoting fascist ideology under the guise of catering to the player base. And again, the fascist ideology was wanting attractive female characters and male and female instead of body type A and B. This is fascism nowadays, and as a moderation team, along with many gamers worldwide, we are deeply shocked and disgusted by the events of the past few weeks. Now, along with many gamers worldwide, well, that turned out to not be true, right? Because if it was many gamers worldwide that were shocked, then you wouldn't have had the votes go in the way that you didn't want them to go in, right? So it turns out that that's not really true.
Reddit's mods have now taken some extreme measures.
Removed all CI officials from the moderation team. So I just want to understand what happened. For this video have banned all of the people that make the video game because the people that made the video game ran a poll on Twitter that they disagreed with.
Something he posts about from time to time on his platform to gauge player interest. Choosing between male and female rather than the generic Y type A and Y type B was apparently a bridge too far for these Reddit mods, and unsurprisingly, the vast majority of players were obviously voting for the change back to male-female. But rather than accept the will of the player base, Reddit mods went absolutely nuclear and completely locked down the subreddit.
That's right. To fight fascism, to fight the popular vote not going the way that they wanted, they had to take executive action to remove the people who were the beneficiaries of that popular vote and instead enact their own will in place of the popular vote in order to combat fascism.
acknowledging that gamers want clearer and
Yes.
more traditional character options
That's right.
without any kind of DEI injected into the gaming experience, the mods of Lords of the Fallen immediately framed this as a far-right conspiracy. Because
Everything.
that's what they did. It's the same old tragic
Yes.
formula that hardcore left.
Everything always is.
They always try to brand people as a fascist or someone that's a bigot or a phobe of some type, just to try to cancel the person and try to get people on board with the hate mob campaign against them because they don't align with the ideologies of them. On r/Lords of the Fallen that is now under lockdown, they say, announcement, addressing the CEO of CI
Is it actually
Games.
under a lockdown? Only say Lords of the Fallen. CEO responds, the entitlement on Reddit is astounding. 700 comments. There's only one. I bet there's a lot of people that are getting their comments deleted and their posts deleted. Yeah, I think that's what's happening. Yep, big bans. Let's see, are there any comments about this? I don't get how being a mod of a sub-Discord and a social group can feel some unbearably power tripping. So they basically have to leave up one post because people are revolting so much about it. I'm not surprised.
Games politically motivated agenda. Direct links to X, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram are no longer permitted. The CEO of CI Games, Marek Tymiński, is actively supporting and promoting fascist ideology under the guise of catering to the player base. As a moderation team, along with many gamers worldwide, we are deeply shocked and disgusted by the events of the past few weeks.
Man.
Holy crap, does this not perfectly exemplify power going to the head of some loser in their basement as a Reddit mod and saying, I know what's best for the world, why doesn't everyone just listen to me? In response, we have removed all CI Games and Hexworks officials from the moderation team.
And I also don't understand the logic here. Our concerns are directed solely at the CEO. Well, if they're only at the CEO, then why did everybody get removed and not just him? This doesn't even make sense.
We want to make it clear that those removed are honorable and decent individuals. We have nothing but respect for them. Every interaction we've had with them since the game's launch has been nothing
unfortunately,
short of extraordinary.
Unfortunately, this decision affects the wrong people. I love the passive language in this. You mean this decision that you made? They act like this is some kind of like just, well, this is just what had to happen. No, it's not. You did this.
Unfortunately, this decision affects the wrong people. Our concerns are directed solely at the CEO and, at this time,
we love
no
collective
one
punishment.
else. Which, I gotta be honest, just reading that part, it screams someone that is going completely batshit insane on a power trip trying to tell the world that they know what's best and they are wielding this Reddit power to the absolute extreme. And from a certain perspective, it's actually very comical.
It is
Over
funny.
the past several weeks and months, we have seen a significant increase in hate speech.
I'm sure hate speech. What is hate speech? I wonder what their idea of hate speech is.
Conduct and violations of Reddit whenever content from these platforms is shared.
Reddit, bro, like. Oh god. That's hate. That's fucking hate. You shouldn't be able to say that. You should not be able to say that.
Additionally, we do not of our such misconduct will face a permanent ban. You can find out our subreddit rules here or the side. Alright,
This
go
is
along
so
with it.
dumb.
So
It
Eric
is.
now pushing fascist ideology. That's they know the only problem. Locking down the entire subreddit. Any further discussion? It continues.
This is crazy. It's like an endangered nation. You know how like there's only like 6 white rhinos because like all the male ones so they don't want to have more babies. And so like you have to protect them. You don't want anybody to hurt them. Other animals like really try to protect them. They can be in blue sky. What they're saying. That's basically what it is. It is. It's a delicate.
Already know where they're trying so hard.
Twisted. The point is that it's not going anywhere. Nobody's using blue stuff. It's very popular, not getting popular. No one heard about the old. Yeah, there you go.
Don't know anything. Is reality anybody right now is voting are migrating, creating their own equity into some mess over there.
And so they have to protect those ideas from any type of criticism, because if they aren't, then the ideas immediately die.
Nobody with any kind of logical common sense wants anything at all to do with it. If you have any suggestions for improving this process, feel free to share them in the comments or via mod mail. Additionally,
This is like Truth Social. There's nothing that's preventing. Do you get banned on Truth Social for expressing It's not the same. Justify your
Reddit forums to push their own ideologies and forums as well, which is just wild to me that they think this is something that can apply. Which, spoiler alert, hysterical comment threads. He's called out by Redditors. You know.
Oh God.
Make this up if I tried. It's beyond parody at this point, but at the same time, is anyone surprised? It's Reddit. He declared that Ffxiv was boosting anti-aggressive and racist/transphobic posts by asking people what he wants in the games.
I never understood how this is transphobic. They don't want to do it. They just want to be. I don't understand the logic. It doesn't even make sense.
Classic tactic. Deplatform any.
Gonna use logic.
Are allowed in what with these people, they're all the same. It's not about gaming, it's not about making the control, it's about power and control.
Well, the problem is that it's that Reddit, you can't, because if you make they just keep because the admins and the people that are in agreement with this stuff.
Started back when he first got elected, tells me everything we need to know about their worldview. Rather than trying to moderate fairly, they've turned the Lords of the Fallen subreddit into a political minefield echo chamber. They claim to be protecting the community from misinformation and incitement of violence, but in reality, they're just banning any conversation that challenges their progressive orthodoxy. The real irony here, this is a so-called fascist CEO that was merely trying to follow the wishes of his own player base. I've had some personal DM conversations with Marek over X for the past few months, and he's always struck me
I'm
as
so
someone
safe from this because we can't politics. That's the reason. We can't politics because and so that's why we migrated a lot of the political stuff over to Twitter. It's because, like, I'm not going to try to play an unfair game. I'm not going to try to push some, like, and try to push the line and break the rules. At the end of the day, Reddit has everyone to moderate the way that they want. I'm going to try to go in opposition of them. Do you think Reddit? I think that they have advertisers are more sympathetic.
heads up if you're a player of Lords of the Fallen to be very aware of r/Lords of the Fallen is compromised. But then again, it's Reddit, and we already know the type of people that go there every day. It's already an echo chamber, but hey, I just want to give a heads up about this happening in the first place. But I'd like to encourage everyone, if you haven't played this game, to check it out to see if it might be right for you, because overall it has had a great reception with the entire player base. I'm all about promoting any...
The game had a pretty bad launch, but it seems like they improved a lot of the issues. I haven't played it recently, so I'm not really sure. But, like, my understanding is that they have really tried to improve a lot of the issues with the game. I haven't played it, though, so I don't know. I have to look at recent reviews.
That are authentic to the game, and Merritt strikes me just as that. The subreddit itself has completely lost the plot. It is no longer about discussing the game itself. It's about enforcing leftist politics and attacking anyone who steps out of line. Tominski, on the other hand, has proven himself, to me at least, to be one of the few and rare game industry CEOs that's willing to stand up for us, the gamers. While the Reddit mod fans are ranting about fascism, the actual gamers are out here enjoying the game that reflects their preferences. As for Reddit, it's just a reminder of why its credibility is completely drained. Anyways, I'm going to leave it there. If you guys want more information, check out SmashGames.com. The full article I will link in the description below. If you appreciate what I'm doing, hit that join button. Thank you so much for watching, and as always, please stay smashing.
Yeah, and so anyway, there's a little bit more about this that we haven't gone to, and I'll link you guys the video again. I think this is a pretty good summary of what happened, but the guy even responded to this as well, too. So these Reddit mods are out of control. Well, the problem again is that people can't make oppositional subreddits and find other platforms that can replace them. And so that's the other really big issue that happens, is that those people are not able to, they're not able to like make any sort of opposition to it at all. Let me see if I can find his post and the guy that, yeah. So basically, this is his actual post about it, responding to a lot of the drama on, what do you call it? Responding to the drama on Reddit. He says, the everyone is a Nazi thing is really getting boring and out of touch. Truth always wins in the end. Trust is built through authenticity and transparency, not by shifting narratives. Players first. So basically, as you can see here, this post has received 0 updates. So this has been a Reddit post that to clarify, developers only been removed from the mod team. The irony is palpable. You're seriously culling moderators in sensitive discussion because of a perceived political motivation. You don't realize that it's making you take these actions. It's just it's not that deep, which is very vague. But these people are absolutely fucking crazy. So yeah, some people make drama over gay people. Yeah, I already talked about the Kingdom Come. What's your stance on a paradox of tolerance? I think many of us on the left would rather not tolerate harmful speech and are more willing to trust a government censoring on it. I think that it's completely wrong, and it's just an idea that's invented by retards as an excuse to tell other people what they can't say. I think the fact is that the most powerful form of hate speech, which was the Nazi Germany, was defeated in the free marketplace of ideas as well as on the battlefield. The entire idea that you need to, cancel people and not let people say this stuff is ridiculous. Every single example of this type of ideology, like KKK ideology, racial eugenics, everything, the reason why it's been beaten is because of open discussion. And it's just not true. Wouldn't this be censorship? It is. This is just, it's a justification for censorship. It's an appeal to fear as a justification for censorship. I completely disagree with it, and I think that you would too. And here's the problem, right? Is that eventually power changes hands. And so if you want to look at, the idea of tolerance, your idea of tolerance might be one thing, but when a super right-leaning person says their idea of tolerance is not letting anybody be trans because they're protecting kids, they're using the same fundamental logic that you are, based off of we're doing this thing to suppress people's expression under the justification of protecting other people. So unless you want that logic to be used against you in the future, then No, I would not support it at all. Blocking people from speaking is prime fascist behavior. Yeah, and that's just always how it's gonna go. I'll be right back. Back. Calm down. Settle down. Settle down. Okay. Where are we at? Let me see if I find this. Yeah, people are crying. People are pissed off about this. I might try and play this game again. We'll see what happens. I was going to, but I was busy playing other shit, right? Anyway, so yeah, this is it. See who disagrees with me. Welcome to Twitter politics. Fucking retards. What do you expect? Game journalists claim Avowed is doing better than Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Currently on SteamDB, Avowed is a top seller on Steam's US chart, surpassing new releases like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. This has to stop. This has to fucking stop. This is so fucking ridiculous. It is. This is crazy. Avowed is already a big hit on Steam. We're gonna pull this article up. Avowed is off to a strong start with positive reviews, an active player count, and a promising modding community. Xbox Game Pass members, Avowed is a fresh... Where's the hashtag ad? Where is it? From the RPG from Obsidian Entertainment, and the game has already made its mark on the PC platform Steam. The game is a solid addition to February 7th's release calendar, and it's already taken an impressive standing in the charts. What? Posted on Reddit, one of Avowed's feats was shared on the game's subreddit, highlighting its current rank as #1 selling game on Steam's US charts. Avowed is the #1 seller in US. If it's selling so well, then why isn't anyone playing? I don't understand. I feel like there's a little bit of a confusion going on here, right? Yes. According to the white Neanderthal, that is. This is why we need statistics from the strong, superior black man. So true. Yeah, see, like, I'm just not understanding what these numbers mean. That must be it. Yeah, I just can't understand this shit. Oh my fucking god. Anyway, it could be a daily sale. It's Steam. 8,000 active players at the time of writing. What? One player's already created 9 mods to improve the game's immersion? Driving into the game's roadmap, Avowed players already have ideas for post-launch content, with one potential feature sticking out. Yeah, people want New Game Plus. Okay, that makes sense. Wow. So this is an ad. It's an ad. This is crazy. It's already, it surpassed Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. How do you do that? How do you say that? Yes, a lot of people are buying about it. Just came out. Does this mean Tiny Pasture is also beating Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? What about 100 Romantic Cats? How about that? Let's see. Is 100 Romantic Cats better than Kingdom Come? Like, this is so ridiculous. I don't even know what to think. This is crazy. This is what Avowed should have done. We have to have, because I thought about this, somebody said that I should set up an OnlyFans, and it gave me the idea that I should set up a fund that if it's not paid, I make an OnlyFans, so people can pay me not to make an OnlyFans, which I think would probably make more money. But I think video game companies should do the same thing, and they should pay me not to play their game. Like, if you know your game has stupid stuff in it, just I'll give you a decent rate. $100,000. And I won't play the game. I won't play the game. I'll be like, yeah, guys, I don't know about that game. I haven't seen it. Right? I don't know. And it's like, it's think of it as like a reverse sponsorship. Per hour? Yeah, per hour. Obviously per hour. Like you guys saw that leak with that money, right? Like I was only making $30,000 a month, and so yeah, we got to really get those numbers up. And so yeah, absolutely. And so there's more people watching your stream than people playing it out on Steam. Well, of course. I mean, that's not really very hard to do. And Ranch Simulator, Sand Playtest, Mind Over Magic, all of these games here are outperforming Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. But nobody would actually think that that means that the game is doing well. What an outrageous misrepresentation. Joe really fucked this up. Joe really, he dropped the ball on this article. In fact, I'm reading this article. There's not a single thing about this is accurate. It's amazing. How do you do this? If you want to say you like it, that's fine, but don't go and use data. It's a little bit unfair. They're already calling you a Microsoft shill for liking the game in the Steam discussion thread. What? What? Content creator equals Museum of Horrors. Games DOA, game came out, dev came out as a racist. The woke cognitive dissonance. Are reviews redacted? Well, this isn't even about me. Racist bigotry won again. Are you happy? Are you satisfied? Does your day feel a little bit better knowing a great developer comprised of hardworking folks is going to likely be shut down over this? All because you can't whack off to ugly character designs and cry about woke games all the time. Get the memo. This game wasn't for you in the first place. Isn't the problem the fact that they did get that memo? I think that's the issue. Because they did get the memo. And they said, oh my God, I don't think this game's for me. I'm not going to play this game. This game doesn't seem like it's for me. Am I satisfied? And so, right, let's see this copy pasta before. Low effort. Mamma mia. I guess so. Wokies, how are you? Oh my God. Just an observation. Why are all the citizens gay? 10K players. Ha 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 ha. Edit, guys be nice to each other. I just find it funny a AAA game has such small player count on the day of its release. Peace, winky face, Sans from fucking Underworld, from Undertale. Even Veilguard has 90K at its peak. Bro, have I mobilized the Steam reviews? Because this is basically so in the old places, everybody is agreeing with me. Everybody is on my side. Let me get this straight. The only places where people are places that are massively fucking censored. What a surprise. How about that? Like Reddit. You cannot take Steam discussions seriously? Really? So let me get this straight. We shouldn't take Steam discussions seriously, but what other social media network is better than that? Oh, that's right, there isn't one. Because you just said that to you don't like that they're saying this. Let's go back, we're gonna read Avowed will succeed. People can't accept the success. Dude, early access data is good. Number 20 in wish list, number 9 and dude. Not to hate on, hard to hate on you. You seem to keep it neutral with logic and common sense. I know. And what do you want about coming 18th of February? Oh no, this game is worse than Dragon Age Veilguard. Well, just so you guys understand, when they say it's worse than Dragon Age Veilguard, what they mean is that It is not even half. It might not even get to be a quarter of the success of Dragon Age Veilguard. That is insane. Wow. Oh my god, so they're dead? Yes, and I don't even know what to say about this. Veilguard wasn't on Xbox Game Pass? Yeah, but like, do you really think there's that many more people playing it? I don't really think so. It doesn't show Game Pass numbers. I don't think that's the case. And also, by the way, keep in mind that if somebody plays a game on Game Pass, there's probably some sort of metric that Xbox has that pays people based off of how long and how much of the game that they play, as like some sort of like prorating of how much time and how much investment that they got into the game. I can guarantee you that even player for player, an Xbox Game Pass player is probably worth a lot less than an actual purchaser of the video game. Like, it's almost for sure what's going to happen, right? Obviously, right? And so, that being the case, how is it possible that it could be this successful? How can we forget about Palworld? It released on Xbox Game Pass and Steam, 15 million sales, it breaks records. Because dick eaters are hungry. That's the reason why. So, search just, is this about me? Asmongold unbanned me. Why has Steam become so toxic? Okay. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's great. All right, let's see. Why has Steam become... what is this here? Steam become so toxic. 9 hours ago. Gaming forums on here now are full of comments who haven't bought the game, who have just seen it on some videos. What does this thread have to do with the game? So a lot of people are very, very hesitant and hostile towards this. It's had 2,200 comments. Oh my god. Wow. Is anything about this about me? It looks like it's really not. Let me see. I'm just double checking. No, they're not even talking about me in this. So, where'd it go? Discussions? Oh, there we go. Yeah. Asmon Ball. Yes. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is infinitely better than this. Wow. Well, I have a video. Avowed versus Oblivion. Attention to detail. You missed it? Go back. Where? Where? What did I miss? Asmongold defending Avowed. Before this. Asmongold defending Avowed and really likes it, says he's protecting us, stay strong. Yeah, I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's that bad of a game. Oh my god, stay strong, guys. Stay strong. Fight back. It's gonna be okay. I wonder how much Microsoft paid him. Terminex, his review only 10 minutes into the video, not hours long, you're swinging a miss. Donut, seriously, why do you think he paid for giving his honest opinion and not sponsored? Why are we celebrating a man giving a game a 7.5 out of 10? I gave it a 7 out of 10. Not a 7.5 out of 10. But that's fine. Asmongold, LMFAO, what are you, 5 years old? Asmongold, I just Googled him, and apparently he's the guy who used to use a dead rat as an alarm clock for 2 years, and you expect me to take his reviews seriously, and his name is non-binary. Absolutely, because a guy that lives in shit and uses a dead rat for an alarm clock is more of a gamer than you'll ever fucking be. If that's not being addicted to the fucking grind and being ready for the lifestyle, then what the fuck is? So yeah, I don't want to hear that shit. Fucking facts. Yeah, this is the guy. The guy was paid to make it. He doesn't give a shit about anything other than his night company overlord suggests is more lucrative at any given moment. This is because I have a management company that helps me get certain brand deals, and they've decided that through like 5 levels of abstraction, they're connected to BlackRock. So every opinion I have is because of the Jews. This has been a very popular 4chan conspiracy. I've even sent it to some of the guys that work there. They think it's funny too. So keep it up, guys. The fan fiction's hilarious. Anyway, Caught, yeah, you want to hear, hey, you want to have the conspiracy get even deeper? Hassan's part of the same org. That's right. The same management company. Me and Hassan, we have the same management. Crazy. How about that? Yeah. The plot thickens. I know. I know, it sure does. Where's my cut? Yeah, I don't know, guys. Conspiracy theory? People, like, I think this stuff is hilarious. And I do. I think it's so funny. But, yeah, there you go. And, yeah, you're like Kendrick and Drake. Well, I don't know about that. No wonder you're a show with Hassan. I love how people think that I hate Hassan and other people think that I'm defending him all the time. I think that if I have both people thinking that, then I'm giving the right takes and the right opinions. Because I'm making both retards mad, and I think that's right. Yep, absolutely. I'm happy. Let's see here. And I'm also, was he not one of the grifters keep saying that we follow? Maybe Bolt. Exactly. See, that's the thing, is that these people can't wrap their minds around that I have the most integrity out of any gamer viewer out there. If there's a game that comes out that's good and everybody else says it's bad and I think it's good, I'll say that it's good. The most humble, well, that goes without saying, but that's also true. And modest, absolutely. And so anyway, this is what happens. Now, I always give a fair representation of every game, even if the game is disagreeable in a lot of ways. I do. And the reason why is because you guys deserve somebody who tells the truth. You know all the conspiracies? I do. Yeah, when and why did people start conspiracy theories around Jewish people? I mean, a long fucking time. Like, well, like how many thousand? Like, I feel like that's like the original conspiracy theory, right? That's the OG. Yeah, that's the original one. Yeah, the Bible, right? Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, it's a really, really old one. Yeah, Roman Empire era. I know that that's history, and you know we can get into that. But either way, no, that's the OG conspiracy theory. It's kind of crazy. It's still around. It is. Okay, so here we go. Just because he likes the game doesn't mean he's not a piece of shit to me all of a sudden. Assman Mold can rot in hell along with his fans. Your opinions on him are extreme. I'm not one of his fans, but honestly see no motive for all the hate that he gets. Yeah, true. And IGN gave the game a 7, so are they now trustworthy again? Furthermore, Asmongold is known as an engagement farmer. Wasn't he pretending that he never drank water before just for clicks? Yes. Yes, that's exactly what I did. Yes. That's exactly what happened. And anyway, he quite literally has made a living doing that. So Asman, rent-free in all your brains, that's crazy. You're just a normal dude giving his opinion. So funny if you'll find his takes controversial. He's so mild. I am. I'm the most reasonable person there is. And people with large audiences like that are paid, yes. And so, yeah, this is another retard, obviously. When somebody says 7 out of 10, they mean 2 out of 10. No, they do not. And get the Rat King's name off your lips. The motive for the hate is that he makes sense sometimes and asks additional questions. That's true, absolutely. So, and saying that this is what it says, he took forever to clean that dirty-ass house. Bro. This is an anime profile that's trying to talk about my house. Try to talk about my house. I don't even know what you look like. What do you mean? Guaranteed he's fat. Probably fat. Yeah, 100% he's fat. Anyway, wrong. So it doesn't give everything a 7. So people are actually defending me. Wow. Damn. I'm pretty sure. Oh, here we go. When will Baldy get another fake e-girl girlfriend? What do you mean by another? What do you mean by that? Tomorrow? I don't know about that. Yeah, pure jealousy. That's it. Am I gonna get another fake e-girl girlfriend? Is that it? Man, that's crazy. There are actual e-girls though? I mean, guys, you know, I'm not like one of those guys, you know? It's not my thing. Another, you had one. I didn't know that. And pretty sure Asmongold has been taking bribes since last year, almost as if bags of money to keep falling off trucks in front of his house. 2 weeks after offering companies to pay him not to review games, he went radio silent about bashing Starfield and backpedaled on reviewing Shattered Space.
This guy thinks Xbox is paying me to positively review Avowed because I didn't negatively review Shattered Space for Starfield. And now, because he's connected these two events together, he believes that's what's happening. This is amazing. I love it. Oh my god. He knows everything. He caught me. He got me, bro. Do you want to know why I didn't review Shattered Space? It's because it sucked so bad. Oh, he got banned. Yeah, that's right. I thought folks didn't like him. I liked him when he was honest. Now he's another paid shill. I liked him when he agreed with me. Now that he disagrees with me, he's being paid for it. That's amazing. I use Asmongold Viewer as a slur. The Rat King will surely save this title from his garbage throne. Asmongold is a Nazi apologist. I don't care what he thinks.
Where are these people coming from? Wait, is he actually? Yeah, I wonder, right? Oh my god, he disagrees with the main show. Oh my god. I don't give a fuck about this Zach guy. Rent-free means rent-free, my man. Oh my fucking god. Wow. Asmongold has no authority on anything. He looks like a fence victim. He's a notorious fence sitter and has the dumbest takes on gaming that you can imagine. Well, that's why everybody's agreeing with him. So anyway, oh my god. The entire... this? How do I do this? R/out. I don't want to. Okay. Wait. I've never seen a more dedicated effort to smear a new game than what's going on. So sad that a good game is a good game. What the hell is going on? Double negative? Yes, it's got 80% positive rating. Oh my god. Star Wars Outlaws would like the word. You didn't see the effort people put in for Veilguard. There isn't a smear campaign by large. Oh no. People, wait, so every single Avowed surpassed Indiana Jones on Steam. Dude, this is just sad. Like, Avowed is great, and I'm never listening to early reviews again. The fact that 65% of players couldn't be bothered to explore a tutorial room proves that negative reviews about exploration are bogus. Man. So... Look at how simple it is. So right here, to violence, conversation, uncover the secrets of now. This is a pretty early on, and you can see very early on, slay 10 spiders, and only 28% of players have this achievement. This is within probably the first few hours of the game. The peoples have sailed from very tutorial island zone. And so, let's look at an example. Let's see about that. So, Metaphor Refence Audio, where do we have for achievements? Let's look at the achievements for the game. For Metaphor, 2% of players max all follower ranks. 13% of archetypes. That is insane. So, what I'm saying with this argument, if you want to use Steam achievements as an indicator of quality, I'm going to go out on a limb, and I don't think this limb is going to break. But I would argue that the amount of end-game achievements percentages that players have is an indication of the quality of the game. Because if you have a very low completion rate for even mid-game achievements at this low of a ratio, that means that people quit the game before they even got 5 hours into it. It means it has no retention. That's right. According to Steam, you suck. Yeah. So, great argument against the game. Great argument against the game. Amazing argument against the game. And by the way, the game hasn't been out that long, but that's why I'm comparing baseline achievements. In order to get every archetype maxed out in a fucking Metaphor, it takes a long time to do that. It does. And so every single post here, or at least not every single one, but at least all the top ones here, these are all cope posts. The entire thing. Gaming cred. Uh-oh. Here we go.
We are living through an unprecedented era in gaming right now. For the first time in the history of the world, the average gamer cred score has dropped below 0.25. If that number doesn't terrify you, I don't know what will. In today's society, we are surrounded on all sides by pretend gamers, people who pretend to be real gamers. But in reality, we played Super Mario Galaxy.
You know who really got me fucked up about this was Tectone. His Tectone was going on about how much he liked Stellar Blade, and he said he played Stellar Blade. And I said, "Did you actually play Stellar Blade?" He said, "No, I played the demo." Bro, these fake gamers makes me so fucking mad, man. Like, it's fake gamers, bro. It's like, no, you didn't play it. Like, if you didn't beat half of the game, you didn't play the game. You can't play 10% of the game and say you beat the game. That's stolen valor. It is.
Golden era of gaming, everybody's gamer score was visible to the public. You could just click on somebody's profile and see, okay, you beat Mile High Club on Veteran. This is an actual game. But today, they keep it all hidden because of course they do.
My favorite
That's actually a good point, is that they should probably do that. You know how like you have like a credit score? We could make a website of like a gamer score. Maybe China can do that, right? Because they have that whole social credit score, so they can make a video game credit score. That's a good idea.
Game is FIFA. My favorite video game would have to be NBA 2K. Been playing that for many years.
Wrong.
My favorite video game is Madden.
No, it isn't.
Call of Duty.
Deleted.
Grand Theft Auto, San Andreas.
Actual game. Yesterday I was watching.
Honestly, I feel like there are a lot of there are the sports ball gamers where like their idea of video gaming is FIFA, 2K, that they really want to throw down. Other than that, they don't give a fuck. That's it. And there's so many of them.
This Twitch stream.
And Madden, yeah. Yeah,
you know,
I forgot about Madden.
He's going on this huge rant about video games. You could just tell from the look in his eye that he's never played Warcraft 3 in his entire life. Dude was just radiating this never played a Spyro game energy the whole night. You could tell from the chair he was sitting in that the man has never touched a single Hitman game. Then he starts
See, this is the thing people get mad at me for, too, because I'm kind of in this boat. Like, I spent so much time only playing World of Warcraft that, like, I thought about it. Think about that. Like, really, like, and so, like, that was bad, right? And I felt like, you know, it's like that, you know, people were saying that Plato allegory of the cave. I was in the dark for so long. And now it's just, it's a lot, man. You play less games than Elon. I don't know about that, but I mean, like, maybe, fuck. Like, it's bad. Like, Joe Rogan, yeah, it's like, I haven't played any other games. And now I'm trying to play more new games. I'm trying to catch up.
You know what game he starts talking about? Valorant. And that's when you know this is a 0.03 gamer cred level
I
game.
don't know, bro. There's a lot of e-girls that play Valorant. I don't even know why.
We have got to boost our numbers, and the first part of this process is learning just how many games are better than Valorant. Max Payne 2, Max Payne 3, Bubsy, Blind.
Did you play Assassin's Creed? Yeah, sure.
I used to play Red Dead Redemption. That shit was fucking hard.
But that's like the easiest game ever made. We have to...
I don't know if it is. I have no idea.
Expand our knowledge of gaming history, or...
See, there's the whole thing of fake gamer girls. See, like, we threw the baby out with the bathwater. There are some fake gamer girls out there. There are. There's not a lot of them, but they are out there.
Pretenders will erase
You think all of them?
Did you know that before the PS5, Sony made games for a different console called the PlayStation 4? Now think on that.
Whoa!
I don't have a game, cuz.
Snoop, you got more games than Master Chief. You in True Crime, Def Jam, Way of the Dog, Call of Duty, Fortnite. One of the stages in Tekken is just straight up called Snoop Dogg, and it's you sitting on a big throne.
I don't have a game.
He actually does have more games than Master Chief. How's that even possible?
Here is Naked Snake and Solid Snake. Can you tell me the difference? You have 1 second. Sorry, it took too long. 500 cred has been deducted from your account. You have to understand that we are living in a world with gamers that don't even know about Oddworld, Munch's Odyssey.
Xbox, I'm a big gamer.
You didn't tell me what dimension King Mickey has been sealed in for the past 27 years exactly.
To be fair, he did play Space Marine 2 also. And that's fine. But he also, the thing is with Henry Cavill is that he also only played WoW. As far as I know. Like, he was addicted to WoW also. So it's like, yeah, you're a gamer, you play the same game. That's the thing. You know, Donkey Kong specifically like that character. I don't think he speaks. Okay.
When I was a kid, the coolest game was Cool Borders 2 because you could play as a little alien. Today, kids have godlike access to hundreds of incredible
look at some of these games.
Today,
I think I had Kirby's Adventure. I don't remember that one. I had Adventure a Link. I hated that game. I just want to look through these. Donkey Kong, obviously. Where's the other ones? Ninja Gaiden. Oh, is that? No, that's not it. Holy fuck. Metroid.
Today, kids have godlike access to hundreds of incredible video games, but are misled into playing the lamest trash imaginable.
That's true, actually. It would be a really good idea for all the video game companies to collectively decide to shut down every server for every live service game for 1 year. And in that time period, people could go and play other single-player games and older games. No Fortnite, no... That'd be peak? Yeah, that would be the year of the awakening.
Apparently, you guys really like cats. I'm Anna, and I did a video.
When you are interviewing Stones, correct answer, Tekken 3 tournament.
Nice.
Really grind it out and hit the top rank on Valorant. That's gonna net you about 4.7 gamer cred.
See, the way I feel, bro, like I motivate myself to play on.
Just by completing the first mission of Marble Blast Ultra, you would have got 403 points.
Jeffrey Darabensky is a McGill University professor who studies video games.
Valorant has always been trash. When I was a teenager, all I played was multiplayer shooters.
Yeah, I did that. You're right. That's the same fucking thing. Because I went from Halo to WoW, and that took me out of the video game ecosystem from like 2003 to 2018. Because that's whenever I played Dark Souls. So I went 15 years in the cave.
When I was 10, I was playing stuff like Tron Bond, Crash Bandicoot, Rogue Squadron, Shenmue, Power Stone, Gran Turismo, Diddy Kong Racing. I was unwittingly branching out to all these different genres of video games, and sometimes I would get lucky and play something made with genuine artistic vision like Yoshi's Island.
This was probably my favorite game growing up. Like, I don't know if I ever said this, but like, this actually, like, I love this game so much.
What is a movie from your career that would make the best video game? It's definitely got to be Nacho.
They already did that.
I'm Bowser, baby.
There are sections of this game where you are 1,000 CPM fucking cred per minute. UK Country, Streets of Rage 2, Halo.
I traded Donkey Kong Country away so I could get Super Monkey Ball 2 and Super Mario Sunshine. I remember this so well. Yep, I traded it away. I was like 12.
These are verified gamers' games with highly concentrated CPM. A player that has played these games is considered to be untouchable by the League of Gamers. When you are in a military combat scenario, who do you want watching your six? The dude that plays Quintus in Valorant, or the dude that's playing the entire campaign of Tom Clancy's car crash? Never played Project Gotham Racing. When you have bad food, it's because the chef never played Cooking Mama. When your beagle won't behave, should have played Nintendogs.
I played Nintendo. It was the most annoying fucking stupid game I ever seen in my entire life. I bought the game for my DS. I got a DS kind of early. And I was like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my whole life. This is so dumb. Like, I really, no, it's a girl game? It's a girl game.
And the people
it's a girl game.
Pretend gamers are always trying to convince us that gamer cred is worthless. But if that's true, then why are so many rich and powerful people trying to acquire it?
At one point I was...
No! Oh, jeez.
Yeah, maybe one of the best break players in the world.
I actually own Smash Bros.
Yeah.
I've never lost. I don't lose at Smash Bros. And you know what? I choose Luigi.
Yeah, right. You only pick Game & Watch.
We have something really exciting to talk about.
We're here today to talk to you about skins and other cosmetics.
The downfall of the pretend gamer is that they are eternally doomed to play games where you can only pretend to have fun.
Great games.
Yeah, that's what it is, man. It's like, yeah, is it true Elon started his own game studio? I believe it when I see it.
Julia.
However, there is another world of good, cred-generating games like
NBA Jam. Oh, Space Invaders.
Classic. NFL Blitz.
Classic.
Classic. Oh, that's a big one. Oh, that's a huge one. That's a real one.
Tony Hawk.
There it is.
damn. Just some random white girl? Holy shit, Street Fighter. Dang. Okay. Monkey. That dude. I remember, so like I was playing this game with my cousins, and I figured out how to do like the jumps and like, you know, finish a stage in like 4 seconds. And I remember like one of my younger cousins thought I was like a fucking wizard. Cause they're like, wait, you could do that? I was like, yeah, just fucking go off the edge and go right into it. Yeah, it was, and I remember like you could save the replays. I probably still have, if like the cartridges still work, I probably have like saved replays from like 2002. Yes, I was playing. Dude, I love that game.
Watch out. Look out.
Oh. I remember that for Star Fox, yeah. No, it's like maybe parents should not let their kids play live service games until they become teenagers. Maybe that would make video games better, and it might hurt to do as a parent because your kid wants to play Fortnite all the time. But like, what's better for your kid's future? You know, do you 18 plus? Like, so you think live service video games should be 18 plus? I think that'd be a good idea. Yeah, maybe you're right. Star Fox 64 was fire back in the day. Dude, Star Fox 64 was fucking awesome. I love that game. Yeah, like, I played that all the time. My roommates are like crackheads for Fortnite at 30 years old. Well, like, the thing is that, like, I don't think that's really a bad thing. It's just that nowadays you have so much live service games that I think that people do get trapped inside of an ecosystem of one singular game, and they end up missing out on a lot of really great gaming opportunities. And I feel like in a lot of cases, like, are you really going to have the same degree of, like, fulfillment and fun playing and farming WoW in, like, season 17 to 18 as you are, like, playing 5 other single-player games that are, like, really good experiences? And, like, for some people, the answer is yes, right? But I think that for many of them, a habit gets created where people just keep playing the same games over and over, and they don't try new games. That's why I've been trying to actively play games and do other things myself. Online games are way different than they used to be. Yeah, they definitely are. Of course they are. Mortal Kombat, bro, it's subjective. Well, I know it's subjective, but I do think that, like, and I'm talking about myself, right? I mean, this is mainly me. This is what I think. This is how I feel more than anything. So, yeah, people are just under copium when playing competitive live service games. Yeah, I just don't really see how that's going to be interesting. Wasn't Monster Hunter one of those games? It was. Like, what would it be like if I never played Monster Hunter, right? I mean, because I think about that. Because, like, that game was fucking amazing. Like, I played that game pretty much non-stop for a month straight. I logged 150 hours into it in like a month. It was nuts. You can't cheat in single-player games? Well, yeah, you can. You've got plenty of cheats in single-player games. A lot of League and Overwatch fans literally never try to earn anything in any one game they play. It's actually so depressing. Yeah, I guess so. The fact that the wealthiest man in the world had to pay people to play so he could pretend to be a gamer is all the proof I need that gamer credit is more powerful than anything. Well, it's that gamers, people might not understand this yet. So, I'm going to say something that is going to make me mad. A second or third or fourth that ended up getting Donald Trump elected. I do. I think that it radicalized a lot of young guys, and they were fucking annoyed by it. Absolutely. And, like, now, I'm not gonna say, but, like, because it got them out of their cave, and they went down to the vote, and they voted against whoever is gonna make their main new character a girl. You want to make it? Oh wow! You're gonna cover up her cleavage? Okay. Well, I'm gonna cover up your chances to be an elected representative. Absolutely, that's what happened. Now, I'm not saying it was a big effect, but I'm saying it happened, and I'm saying it mattered. That's it. Most guys voted Trump. They did. And most players of, like, actually serious video games are guys.
Like, abso-fucking-lutely. That has to be the most retarded take. Okay. Explain why. Let me play through yours. Maybe I should do that. Explain why. No, you're not gonna get banned. It's not a retarded take. I unironically believe this. I'm not joking around. I actually think this played a role. Now, was it the biggest role? No, it was not. I think the policies and things like that are more important. But it was important. You won't get banned? You recommended Yoshi? Type that, he will get banned. Oh, shit. Yeah, there it is, right? Plan are important, right? Yeah, you've got a lot of these people. This guy's not responding. It doesn't really matter. But anyway, we got a funny poster to keep him safe. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Kid thinks boomers don't know what good games are, proves he has no idea. Yeah, exactly. And I think this is what's going to happen. It might be retarded, but it's true. That's another big thing, is that people think that if something is stupid, that it's not true. I actually think the opposite. If you hear something really, really stupid, that's probably what the truth is. That is. It is. That's probably what it really is. I don't think people are motivated to vote because of the censoring of games. I do. I do. I think that everything has an effect like that. And the reason why, and so this is the meta level reason why, it's because guys that see that, they see a group of people that are coming into their space, that are changing their space in a way that these guys don't want, don't like, and don't agree with, and never consented to. And they're going to do whatever they can to say fuck you to those people. Absolutely. And all of those people are very politically minded. They're very socially active. And that's the reason why it would happen. Dude, have to understand that if we can collectively get together and mauled out about something, we can. We can. Now, the only thing we can't change is microtransactions. But you can direct that stupidity towards something else. This is Jack and Daxter, Crash Bandicoot, Sora, Sly Cooper, and Ratchet and Clank. This is a dude that grew up on PlayStation 4. Or PlayStation 2. Not 4. PlayStation 2. And how do I know that? Because I had all the same things.
Do you ever think back to when video games were just simple? When games could just be games, and you could be an idiot 6-year-old who can't figure out how to get off the starting island in Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, you actually, you gotta hit the tree to get the coconuts. The coconuts will fall down.
It feels like back then they could just make anything they wanted to. Studios took chances, building experiences that, while not perfect, they're still iconic. And don't get it twisted, all right? I like the AAA games we're getting right now. I'm definitely not saying that video games aren't fun anymore. But I can't help looking back at all these other games, missing the charm that they all had, especially compared to now. They definitely weren't.
I think that you still have that a lot with games, right? It's just that you also have these games that are made as corporate slop as well. Yeah, I think that trophies, like, I actually think that having achievements in video games was bad for video games. Maybe this is a hot take, but I think that it ends up being worse for video games than being good. Because, like, what they do is they direct gameplay, and oftentimes it does it in a way that's annoying or unfun.
All fantastic, but when I look back at them, they all just
By the way, I don't think that's like an objective opinion. Like, I don't think people that disagree are wrong or something like that. That's just the way I see it.
so whimsical and wonderfully simple to me. And sure, you know, that opinion is probably largely shaped around nothing. More like times in my life. Which, we'll talk about nostalgia more toward the end of the video, but I do mean this literally. I adore the simplicity of the games from this era. When I talk about a time when video games were simple, I think a different time period probably comes into focus. right? For you, it might be
1998.
PS1, or even the Atari.
Yep.
You're ancient and decaying. For me, I think of the PS2 and just all those classic games from that console. Like Kingdom Hearts, Jack and Daxter, Sly Cooper, Ratchet and Clank, the weird game with the alien face on the cover that kind of
didn't have this
freaked
one,
me
but I
out
have
so much
all
to
the
pick
other
up.
ones.
The hundreds of stupid licensed games that came out around this time that were all just exactly the same, except that one. I loved that one.
I think the Lord of the Rings one was good too. Like the second and third one were really good. The Two Towers and Return of the King was really good. It's actually a good game.
Every game didn't have to be a groundbreaking cinematic masterpiece.
Yeah.
It could just be a fun game. One aspect I really admire about those PS2 games is that they seem to prioritize gameplay and fun over anything. Whereas anymore, it seems gameplay gets sidelined by the cutscenes and the story.
I think this is a huge problem too, and I think this is one of the big reasons why people like From Software games, is that a lot of the actual games that come out, it seems like they have great cutscenes, great sound, great graphics and everything, but actually playing the game, like actually going down and playing the game, is hard to do. It's not good.
The gaming industry has changed a lot. Not your grandpa's GameCube anymore. We got esports teams, VR chat twerk golf. The Last of Us is a phenomenal game series that tells a familiar yet strikingly unique story. It has some of the best character writing I've ever seen in a video. Due to some not-so-careful redactions, we learned that on their latest entry, The Last of Us Part 2, Naughty Dog spent $220 million over the course of 6 years to develop the game. To put that into perspective, they developed the first Crash Bandicoot game for $1.7 million. With that $220 million, they delivered on these stunning, cutting-edge graphics, as well as creating a gripping narrative and overall impactful experience. But when you play these games, it becomes abundantly clear that—
I just think this is like entropy, right? Where like, once things get big, they just get bigger. It's like, oh, well, we made 100 million on this one. Well, let's spend 100 million on the next one instead of 50, and we'll make 300 million. It's like people just keep upping the ante and scaling up and up and up.
The Last of Us does not embrace
until
its
it
identity
fails.
as a video game at all. The gameplay loop consists of you walking around slowly, looking at everything like you're in a museum. Maybe avoiding some mushroom zombies sometimes. And if you walk into an area with waist-height walls, you know some guys are going to come out and try to shoot at you. The combat is—
I think another good example of like gameplay being king is Once Human and First Descendant. Both of these games don't have any real focus on story. They don't have any focus on world building. The graphics are Unreal 5 slop. And it doesn't really matter because the games play well and there's a good combat loop, right? And that's why people are playing them. You look at how popular, look at Pow World, right? It doesn't really matter. And these are just devs that try to, I think, one of the worst things to happen to video games is video game developers thinking that they are movie stars or thinking that they are movie directors. Find it very annoying. Obviously, Kojima is not included, but everybody else besides him.
Passable at best, and over time just becomes a boring obstacle between you and the next cutscene. It really is a shame, you know, because the world they've built is so beautiful to look at. There's nothing to touch.
Who cares?
I'm all for story in a game, but
Bro, that's so fucking true. Listen to this.
Beautiful to look at, but there's nothing to touch.
That's exactly fucking right, bro. That's so perfectly fucking stated. Yes. It's a great world. It looks amazing, but what the fuck are you gonna do in it? What's the point? Why is it there?
There's story in a game, but it should never take precedent over the actual gameplay. And hey, I'm a problem solver, all right?
I actually think that story-based games like The Last of Us are great and they have a place, but I think too many games try to go this route. And that's what this is, it's great, but the problem is like, it seems like there's trying to be a merging of like entertainment movies with games. And like you see this obviously with The Last of Us Part 2, etc. It's very annoying. Because games are not the same thing.
What you have to do, you go through a couple of levels, and then you have her swim around really sad song with Ariel.
Sounds like Zenless Zone Zero.
It's really bad. Really, it's gotta be horrible. No, you're right. You can game with a serious moment. We don't need to do any of that. You know, no game while breaking immersion slightly for the sake of fun. It's never been done. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Right? Bad example. I'm sorry. Let's look at the Insomniac Spider-Man games instead. You know, they're less based in realism. They had a game. Still pretty bad. Years have been Venom. I'm standing on that. Oh my God. They got it perfect. They did it. They did what Naughty Dog couldn't do. Sometimes. I could web sling around the they had their
For the original PlayStation 1. I think back, like, I remember and like, I didn't really know. I remember playing it, I'm like, man, this is really cool. I was like, kind of, I didn't know what to think.
Venom and I guess Mary Jane now, that was alright. But what I want to talk to you about specifically are the mini games. You know, those little moments where it's like, oh, Peter's a scientist. Here's some scientist stuff. Match up these different colors and lines because he's a scientist. It's science stuff. Those have got to be the worst mini games ever made. And Insomniac knows it. Why else would they give you an option to skip them? It's alright, whatever. They didn't come up that much in the first one. I get over it. At least I got to skip them and move on. Maybe they'll take them out by the second one. Wrong. It's different this time. Now it's in 3D and you gotta take out the bad shapes. It's worse. It's somehow so much worse in this one. And I know it's a relative...
It's because people think that they can always make it better. And this is, again, another big problem with developers. Is that a lot of these devs think that they can make it better. They're like, okay, well, I have my way that I'm gonna do it better than somebody else. It's like, again, Game of Thrones or Rings of Power. Okay, let me get this straight. There's a guy that they have spent 20, 30, 40, 10, maybe, I don't know, $1 million paying this guy not to do anything, but just to let them use his book. He doesn't have to do anything. He just give a book. Oh, yeah, sure. And just tell us what to do. And you think you're two idiots. You think that you know better than he does? Oh, if you know so good, then why is nobody buying your book? Why nobody making a show about your book? You think that you're going to be able to do it better than Tolkien. Which, by the way, Tolkien, he wasn't just like some, oh, he wrote a book. This guy was like an esteemed college professor. He was a World War I soldier. He was a linguist. Like, he invented entire languages out of the world he made. Like, this dude defined fantasy. Like, almost all of the fantasy tropes that we have now, many of them are derivative from Lord of the Rings. Tolkien made fantasy. Yes, he defined it. But no, but you know how it's, but you know what to do. You know how to, but you know better than that. What are you thinking?
Really small problem to point out. Man, just situations like this. Does it make me miss the Sly Cooper that would put you in a submarine and say, there's crabs coming to steal the treasure. You have to shoot all the crabs and make sure they don't come get it. Any cause of trying to make it make sense within the story, you just made something fun. I don't think every AAA game needs that.
You know what a really great example of this is recently? You know it, I know it, everybody knows it, another Crab's Treasure. That was a PlayStation 2 game made in the year 2012. It was. And it was fucking amazing. Crab Soul? Yep.
Video games are at their best when you embrace their identity as video games and deliver experiences only they can. It seems like they really went in this direction because these cinematic games have the most value. They don't really want to risk it with something that might not appeal to everyone, right? You could never get an insane concept like Kingdom Hearts made today. The idea of taking...
I think the reason why they do it actually is because these games have the highest projected potential revenue. So from a studio perspective that's like investor driven, that's what they're going to care about the most. Because like they can project revenue based off of a target audience that this game could attract that's going to be higher than any other game. So that's really the reason why I think it happens.
Final Fantasy, a JRPG series, and the Disney multiverse, and mashing them together in some big world-hopping adventure led by a character nobody's ever heard of. That is not something we would get today. And you know how this idea came. Apparently back in the 90s, Square Enix and Disney both had offices in the city. And one of the things that Square Enix and so happened that around them beating everything up. I read it on nextshark.com. Oh, that and it was crazy.
Another game, like again, Power World doesn't worry about like the story. It's not about like the graphics. Yeah, the game looks good, but like it doesn't really matter. But people just want to have good gameplay. And like Helldivers 2, what's the story of Helldivers 2? Yeah, Super Earth, and there's like democracy, and there's like aliens that hate democracy. So you should and like, yeah, basically you have to blow them up. It's really simple. Monster.
From Final Fantasy making a deal with Hades and on a level. Between the different Disney worlds designs and even the entire gameplay mechanics will change where you go. I keep because genuinely when I played this, I love that even the points change mental mechanics of how you play.
A really good example isn't actually, I never really played Kingdom Hearts, but going down to Ashley in Dark Souls 1, tree, somewhere else, if you have to climb all the tree, and then you do that, this massive fucking area, and it's like you hear the music. There's fucking like giant hydra there, these like weird bugs, and you go all the way through there, and there's a fucking dragon at the end of it, and you can cut off his tail and get one of the best weapons in the game. Like, what the fuck? It's crazy. And it was like, how many people discovered that? I would say probably less than 20% of people that played Dark Souls for the first time discovered that.
Started on the goddamn Gumi ship. I don't know if it's Gumi or Gummy. I've been saying Gumi.
Probably.
When I first played it, it was kind of annoying at first. I was thinking, why am I doing this? But now, anymore, I'm traveling between the worlds and I'm up in the Gumi ship. I'm just shooting stuff. Why the hell do they need a spaceship to get between the Disney worlds? I don't know why they thought they needed a spaceship, but it was awesome. And it was the Gumi ship. And shut the fuck up. I'm not entirely sure if this is the case, but it really seems to me like when games were cheaper to make, studios were willing to make pretty much anything and just throw it out.
He's right. Yeah, and it makes sense, right? I mean, if your investment is a lot lower, of course you can take more risk. That's common sense. Whenever they invest $50 million into a business, appeal to everyone. Which makes it appeal to no one.
I was eating it up. I love sitting down, crisscross applesauce on the floor of a GameStop, just going through the wall of so many different PS2 games. picking out insane shit like Marvel Nemesis, Rise of the Imperfects. I feel like I dreamed this. Sure, they were goofy and didn't exactly maximize profit, but does that mean they weren't worth making?
I think another Armored Core 6 is that Software has made so many games, and then they just decide, hey, we're gonna do another one. Okay. So audience? Yeah,
there's gotta be an indie game pipeline. Yeah. I was never really into indie games, but recently I played Hades. Well, it seems the games that prioritize fun overall are only coming from indie developers anymore. There is a
well, that's because the developers, the big studios, are trying to make games that they want to make the next The Last of Us. They want to make God of War. Because I do think that a lot of those studio, like the main people that are like behind these games, want to be considered with like the same degree of like respect that a director of movies is. I do think that there's a big ego behind it. I know it sounds like stupid, but I think it's true.
And that, my friends, is the shitty licensed games. It's gotta be the greatest loss of our lifetimes. Those shitty early 2000s movie tie-in licensed games. Every mildly successful product. If there was a cartoon you liked in the early 2000s,
there's a game for it.
Tie-in game.
That's right.
If there was a movie you kind of enjoyed, tie-in game. Look up any franchise that had moderate success in this time period and add the game at the end, and you're probably gonna get something. It would be impossible.
And they were all garbage, except for like 5.
Count how many there were, and they were all bad, but I loved them anyway. Like the Cat in the Hat movie tie-in game, what a beautiful nightmare that was.
Amazing.
Give me a bottle of Dayquil and the Cat in the Hat PS2 game, and I'm having a great week. If you've ever played one of these games before, you've probably seen this little intro screen.
THQ? Yeah.
THQ was responsible for not all, but a lot of these tie-in games. It seemed their business model was to buy up the license for a mildly successcul property,
and then make a mildly good game.
Cheap, easy game, and launch it right when that movie or TV show was peaking in popularity, so that they could feed off of that hype. And clearly it worked, because in the span of a couple of years, they released literal hundreds of...
Holy fuck. That's insane. How do you do this? It's a good try. Yeah, how much money did they make?
Games. They hit the cartoons hard. They got Jimmy Neutron, Scooby-Doo,
That's what
much
I'm curious
SpongeBob.
about.
Fairly Odd Parents, Tack and the motherfucking Power of Juju. This one was a banger. Rugrats, Teen Titans, Barnyard, Danny Phantom, Avatar: The Last Airbender. Seriously, so much SpongeBob. And they hit the movies too. Cars, The Incredibles, Ratatouille, Wanda.
Oh, yeah.
They had Star Wars under their belt. And
Some of those were pretty
good. Was a slapper.
Yeah.
These guys dominated the licensed tie-in games. And eventually, they just stopped.
See, he's a younger guy. Talking about tie-ins to movies. Bro, we used to have tie-ins to Cheetos. You had Chester the Cheetah video game. That's all it was. It was just... And then, oh, there's another one. There we go. So he's talking about PlayStation 2. PlayStation 1, you had Pepsi Man. Straight up. It's basically an advertisement for Pepsi. Chex Quest? Yes. Burger King? This is a big fucking thing. Chester Cheetah, too cool to fool. I remember seeing Blockbuster movies. Blockbuster Video, yeah, it'd be right there. This was very popular back in the day. Did you have a game in it? Yeah, it did.
Everything I found kind of suggested that they didn't stop making them, but they moved over to the more sector of the video game.
Gacha games. So back in the 2000s, they were farming stupid kids by making movie games, and now they're farming stupid kids by making anime gacha games. Hey.
And you know what? They were probably right. Even I ended up Family Guy, the quest stuff.
Holy
there were a lot of games, and most of them were
yes, they were
100 shitty cookie cutter games. There was one gem. Odds are, if you had a PS2, you probably played The Simpsons Hit.
They're making a new one of these.
By all means, should have just been another shitty tie-in in the series of shitty tie-ins. But this one just so happened to be amazing. It was a GTA clone that was did the multiple switching before GTA 5 did. GTA 5 to write another Kotaku article. Some of my were The Matrix, Path of Neo. I don't know why I like this.
I remember this game. I never played it, but I remember seeing it at stores.
Ever seen The Matrix? I just really was drawn to this game because it made me feel insane. I don't know how to describe it. I loved the Star Wars Episode 3 tie-in game because it had this cool alternate ending, and I was obsessed with this fight on Mustafar between Anakin and Obi-Wan, and so being able to do that and get a different result just like blew my little mind. And obviously, Spider-Man 2. I think a lot of people forget this was a movie tie-in.
This was the game, bro. This game had no business being as good as it was. This shit came out, it should have been illegal.
And even this one had great minigames, the most iconic minigame.
And the thing is also, like, and if you go and you look at this gameplay, and like this, let me see if I can get a better frame. Like in terms of actual gameplay, it just looks
where you
way
go around
better.
delivering pizzas with that insane music playing. Why couldn't we get that in Insomniac Spider-Man instead of match the shapes and colors? A licensed tie-in game that a lot of people liked was SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom. Because it got a big remake. We've established that the game studios are in this for the money, right? And it's safe to assume that they want the safest bets for their money. The most revenue with the least risk. No brainer. Why don't they just take things people already like and do it again?
That's
like
exactly what they're doing. You want to know an example of that? There's one right there. Want to see another example of it? Let's go ahead and take a look at another example. Nope. Oh, just do it again. People really like Pokemon. Well, why don't we just go and make another game just like Pokemon? Okay, sure, but why give them guns? Okay, that's fine. That's it. Yeah, it's so easy. I don't know why some of these devs can't figure it out. FIFA Classic, yeah, do it again, but better. Yes.
I think this aversion to risk is absolutely doing damage to the industry. What do I know? I'm just a guy, and clearly the numbers say otherwise. But I think in all of this, the consumer is not blameless. It is me. I'm the consumer. They're only gonna do something if they know we're gonna buy it. And oh man, am I gonna buy it. I've been loving the remakes lately, I'm not gonna lie. I don't really think we needed 5 iterations of 2 Last of Us games. But for example, like Resident Evil 4 remake or Dead Space remake.
The Demon Souls remake was fucking insane. It was so good.
My favorite games in 2023. They may have been remakes, yes, rehashing old ideas. But I felt like in those 2 examples specifically, they expanded the gameplay systems and made changes that honestly justified
they did it with Final
remakes.
Fantasy VII.
In Dead Space alone, the zero gravity overhaul was game-changing, as well as a voice protagonist where there wasn't one before. So they're not just throwing stuff out, they actually seem to care about some of these games. The Resident Evil 4 remake was a breath of fresh air for me because I got the quality of life from a AAA game, but the goofy, campy fun from a PS2 game. The graphics were stunning and the gameplay was tight and well optimized. And I also got to go up to the shady weapons dealer and buy a rocket launcher to just shoot the final boss with. I just cheesed the entire fight and the game let me. because it was more fun that way. The simplicity.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is another problem that a lot of games have, is that they're too focused around making the game balanced and making everything hard rather than making the game fun to play. And I think really, like, an example of a game that I think that's kind of Helldivers 2. I kind of felt that way about Helldivers 2, but there wasn't anything. So, like, I like being able to play games where it's like, you feel like you're getting away with something, or you're cheating. Like you're doing something that you're not supposed to be doing. And that feeling, like I get that in Elden Ring, for example, when I play the shield build and I just block every attack from the last boss and then I kill the last boss in a few tries, right? Haha, like I got you, right? And I know obviously they developed it and they designed it that way, but it feels like that ownership is mine, right? Whenever I figure something out like that. So Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, yeah, exactly. Like in Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, I had like a team that could solo kill the raid boss, right? Lucilius. And I could just go AFK, right? And I just had a macro to where like my character would just keep hitting the same button over and over. And the other 3 people on the team would just do the entire mission for me. So that was super fucking fun. And I think that really a lot of games try to focus on like being challenging and being hard rather than being fun. And I think this is a huge issue.
That I had been missing.
The farm she's doing right, absolutely.
There, and I loved every second.
Yep.
To me, this trend of remakes is proof that I'm not alone in missing a time when video games were set. And it's also proof that nostalgia can and will be weaponized at any moment possible. And
I also think like another good example of a good game recently that's come out, and I actually think that, so this might be a hot take, I think Stellar Blade would have been more well received if it had a male protagonist. I think that all of the noise about Stellar Blade, oh, look at her butt's so big. Like, oh, this isn't realistic. Like, the game itself was insanely fucking good. It had no business being as good as it was, but nobody was talking about that because of all the other noise. Dragon's Dogma 2 was great too. Dragon's Dogma 2 was good, but it could have been a lot better.
Are only good if they are profitable. I am happy that younger generations and just more people in general get to experience these games that I loved as a kid and see why for themselves. And also I'm happy that we get to experience these games in ultra-realistic graphics, 4K, Huevo shrinking technology, only playable with the Gigafart 8500 graphics card. You may need to upgrade your PC to play this game. I can appreciate good graphics. I mean, I really like when a game looks pretty, but I think this looks better than this, and this looks better than this. Technically,
I think that there's a really big problem that people think that graphical fidelity is artistic quality. Whereas, like, the art direction and the lighting and the way that things are presented, like the framing of the game, the style, is more important than the fidelity of the game. And I think that the amount of Unreal 5 games that have come out that just look very samey is, like, the best evidence that I could give you of that being true.
This has higher resolution and better lighting.
It does.
This has a better art direction.
Yeah,
high resolution textures and pretty lighting always going to be outshone. Inspired art direction, creativity, and a focus on atmosphere. This isn't something.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Like, I think Elden Ring is the best example of this. Elden Ring actually has pretty low graphical fidelity. If you actually look at the models in Elden Ring, they're good, but they're not the same level of quality as a lot of other AAA games. But because the lighting and the way the models are designed is so good, and the way they're presented in the game is so good, it literally doesn't matter. Same as Bloodborne is awful. If you look at Bloodborne, the graphics on that game are terrible, but it doesn't matter because of the way that it's presented.
Gone from modern gaming. In fact, a lot of recent games have left my jaw on the floor because they're so beautiful. Bloodborne,
and there's also Classic WoW. Think about Classic WoW and how many like really great zones and like framings and frames they have in that game. And it's like the graphics on it are really bad, but it doesn't matter because the style is so good.
Bloodborne, holy shit, Bloodborne. I think it was more common to focus on art direction back then because they were limited. They couldn't make a realistic looking game. They had to do something unique. Even the games shooting for a realistic approach could not pull off realism. That is not It's infinitely more interesting and unique. I feel like the ability to actually create that's the only game not one.
I like games but really good graphics because they did writing and the best world design of like any MMO, but it still died because there's nothing really to do in the game.
That is creative in its visuals. In a lot of ways, I miss those older games that we used to. But I'm also glad for all the games that we get now. Like Ghost of Tsushima is one of my favorite games of all time. And Baldur's Gate
video on, you should go watch it.
I think really, like, the problem now is that so much of the like gaming conversation is dominated by the games that are really bad. Like, for example, people are talking about Suicide Squad all the time, or they're talking about like the new Assassin's Creed game, or like a few of these other like popular to hate games. But the truth is that now we have so many really popular and really good games coming out all the time that like people are getting effectively like fucking fatigue from it. Like, you're having good games come out constantly. And now it's Concord. Yeah, now Concord is the bad game. Do you think the best online store ruined the game industry? Oh, you're asking like having a store in a game? Not really. I mean, I think that I do think that having a store inside of the game does hurt immersion a lot, but I don't think that's the real reason why it happened. Every streamer that played the graphics exposition Hellblade was like, what the fuck is this bullshit? Yeah, and I mean, like, you're probably going to see that studio have to announce their closing because of that. That's just the way it is.
A phenomenal experience. Compare that to the PS2 Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2, and it's no contest there. The only reason I might want to pick up and play Dark Alliance 2 is because I missed playing it with my dad when I was a kid. I used to live in this big greenhouse right on the corner lot. It had a baseball field right across the street. I think the house used to be a church. It was definitely haunted. I was 8 years old when that house caught fire. I remember I was watching SpongeBob and I walked into the kitchen and I saw these crazy things up all over the place. Long story short, the house got completely ruined. But he recovers fine. His house was a barn kind. And that garage had an attic. And my dad decided that we were gonna fix up the house ourselves and live up in that. Him and I shared this airbed up there, and right next to it was a projector that I had hooked up my PlayStation 2 and my original Xbox. During the day, I'd obviously go to school. I'd help him. Chip away in the fireplace. And when we were done for the day, I would go up and play on that PS2 non-stop. Not to get into too much detail. I'm just some guy on the internet. You don't know me. But
yeah, I think everybody has like a story like that. You know, like there's like their version of this.
I was having a hard time. Something about swinging around the city in Spider-Man 2 just made it all melt away. You know, I wasn't Zach with all this stress, all these problems I didn't understand. I was Spider-Man. At the time, but he seemed happy when him and I were playing a video game. He was just watching me. We had a ton of fun. We would just laugh and hang out together playing Halo 2 on Xbox, just going through the campaign. And it was in moments like that where it really felt like everything.
Bro, like that's a W, Dad, because like if you're playing Halo 2 with your 8-year-old kid and you're doing campaign co-op, remember whenever you'd have your teammate die and then you'd have to restart the match? Bro, his dad didn't mauled out on him, probably dying 50 fucking times in the game. Think about that. That's a W, Dad, yeah. That's crazy.
It didn't feel like we had just lost everything. You know, it felt like we had everything that we could ever need. And it's funny, now sometimes just hearing that PS2 sound, I'm back up in the attic with my dad. Nostalgia is a funny thing. It can make you look back fondly on things that might not have been so
Damn, I
great.
haven't thought about this map in 20 fucking years.
No way. And escapism and simple pleasures like video games will always be important.
Yeah.
We all have that game, or just media in general, that was able to give us a break from a hard time in our lives and made us hold on to that experience forever. And so now we judge that media by what it did for us, rather than what it actually is. I'd love to hear if there was anything like that that stuck with you, either in a comment or...
Yeah, I have a lot of games like that. I feel like it's extremely common, and like that's why I think a lot of people play video games is like for escapism and shit like that. It's like there's probably a lot of games that like you have different memories for like different reasons, etc. And I feel like that's always been like one of the big draws. And I think that also, if you want to enjoy games more, I think that you should really like. A lot of people go and they overanalyze video games before they play them, and then I think that overanalysis makes them playing the game not feel as good. Because they're like constantly thinking about all this stuff that they read about it, and it's like, oh, well, they didn't like this part, etc. Where it's like, if you just play the game, it's like an unironic ignorance is bliss situation, where if you're just playing the game for the simple enjoyment of the game, rather than like trying to like think about how good it is or anything like that, just take a step back and try to just enjoy the experience, I think that you will get more out of the game.
I email.
Just play it first. Yeah, exactly.
Get back to you, but if you want to, shoot me an email. I might do it. Over 100,000. He really likes the plaque, so that's good. We send it off to him. He's the real hero. 100K is crazy. You know, I started another channel a while ago. It's so long. I'm trying so hard to get one. Try it. That shit's cool. This is cool. Video. Click on some other funny shit, please. Okay, goodbye.
I'm gonna be honest, I actually think this guy had like a lot of... Like, this is actually a really good video. It plays a really big part into why games spawned. And I think if people started remaking movie games and stuff like that, everybody would just call it a soulless cash grab. It's not like it's like 100%, but I think the things they bring up are like... I think from games that seem like they focus on what they care about, and I think that's really frustrating. You're looking at this game, and then it's like, okay, this is pretty much all the same shit that was already there. If it's not, then why don't you go back and play it? Right? I mean, like, for example, there's a lot of things that you can go back and do. Like, I bet kids now watching Lord of the Rings now that are part of, like, their own new... And, like, that's been her. Like, there's a Tim, like, you know, my parents grew up watching those. It doesn't mean the movies are bad. It's just a product of a different time. Like treasure, stuff like that. It's still alive even now. That was a really good movie. I'm actually going to do some of the comments on this. I've never seen this guy's channel before, so yeah, this is really good. Memories are only good if they're profitable. Yeah, true. I'm playing a PS2 starting screen, beginning of a video, a cheat code. Nostalgia so hard. Yeah, man. Story about you and dad was really special. Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, everybody's gonna have a lot of stories for like kind of like playing video games, like their parents maybe. Like for me, it was with my mom a lot. Like I would play a lot of games with her. And yeah, absolutely. I have so many of those fucking stories, man. So I've seen these commercials. I think like everybody game ads, and I've always been wondering like why is it that like because like some of these games there'll be a commercial for a game that seems kind of interesting. And then the game itself isn't like that at all. It's like, why do you make a fake video game ad? Why wouldn't you just make the game? If you already have a proof of concept, like, why not just make the game? I don't understand.
This is a YouTube advertisement for a mobile game called Ebony the Kings of This ad, or ads just like it, a million,
So many
billion,
times.
jillion
Yep.
times before, right? But if you go to the App Store on your phone and you download this game, you will quickly realize that the game you see in this ad does not exist.
What?
Ebony is a game about city building. You build an
That's not even close.
empire and level up your town hall and all that good stuff. But
What
despite
the
the fact
fuck?
that this ad is a lie, this marketing strategy is clearly very
100
effective.
million
This game
downloads?
has over 100 million downloads on the Google Play Store. So you might be thinking to yourself, why would a company even do this? What do they stand to gain by tricking over 100 million people into downloading a game that doesn't even exist?
What's some
Well, I can
cost
answer your
fallacy?
question in just one word. Wait. And when you think of whales, you might think you know, big giant creatures swimming through the sea, or maybe, you know, the country with hills and sheep and stuff. But a mobile game developer, when they think of a whale, they think of this guy. His name is Diver, and he is completely and utterly addicted to a mobile game called Fate Grand Order. He spends basically
It's crazy to see people do this.
every waking hour playing this game. And at the time of this Wall Street Journal video being released,
like
he had spent
$80,000.
roughly $70,000 on the game.
Probably 80
so
by now.
much money that he couldn't actually state an exact figure. And perhaps the most shocking part
I
of it
don't
all
like to think about it. I feel like, isn't that a self-report that maybe what you're doing is a bad idea? I don't even want to acknowledge the fact that it's happening. Yeah, like, to me, like, I don't know, I think that's a little bit of a giveaway.
is that he doesn't regret spending a single penny. This right here
Good
is
for
the
him.
lifeblood of your average free-to-play mobile game.
Yeah.
Maybe your game gets 100 million downloads, but the overwhelming majority of those players won't spend a single penny on your game. Many of them will quit after just a couple of hours. A small percentage of players will spend small amounts of money here or there just to make the game more fun for them.
Yeah.
But then a very small number of people will spend astronomical amounts of money on the game. So much
Well,
money.
it's like, you think about it, right? Let's say you have 100 million people playing your game. Like, you got 100 million people, and then out of that 100 million, 1,000 of those people, very, very small percentage, less than 1% of those people, 1,000 of those people spend $10,000, let's say. That's $10 million. That's what happens, is they bank on just that, like, that 0.1% to just make up the amount of money. And, like, one's at 100,000, right? Or something like that. And it's probably even more. Yeah, Diablo Mobile. Yeah. So, like, the whales, like, you only need a few whales in a game to really keep it going. Wait, you're right? Yeah. And, like, whenever you think about it at scale, it actually is crazy how much they're making.
It makes up for all of the other people who never
Yep.
spent a penny combined. And the more downloads your game gets, the more whales you get.
And you need more of those casual players, because those casual players make the whales feel good about being whales.
To some sources, only about 2% of all mobile game players turn out to be whales. Yet they are responsible.
2%. Think about that. 2% of 100 million is 2 million people. So if a whale is like, I don't know, like $1,000, that's $2 billion. That's crazy. Like that 2%. Oh my God. I'm in the wrong industry.
The
Yes.
overwhelming majority of
I need
the
to make a
money that the
gacha game.
mobile gaming industry makes each year. And 2% of 100 million downloads is a whole lot more whales than
Yeah.
2% of 10,000 downloads.
That's right.
So an advertisement like this, which just flagrantly shows you a game that isn't real, is doing its job exactly right. All this ad needs to do is convince you to download the game. That's it. Because yeah, sure, 90% of people are going to uninstall it basically immediately, and 98% of people won't.
In my opinion, I think it should be illegal, by the way. It's like, if you're doing something like this, it's basically false advertising.
spend a penny. But those 2% make so much money that from the gaming company's perspective, all of this lying and cheating is worth it in the end.
And it's also, keep in mind that it's not like you only spend $10,000 or $0. There's a lot of people that are like, I spend $30, I spend $20.